हेलो गाइस, वेलकम बैक टू अनदर स्ट्रीम। सब ठीक है, पर मेरा गेम कैप्चर क्यों नहीं चल रहा? बैक टू अनदर स्ट्रीम। चल ठीक है, चल गया, ठीक है। बट गेम कैप्चर क्यों नहीं चल रहा? डेस्कटॉप कैप्चर इट इज। हेलो श्रेष्ठ भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। कैसे हो? मेरा नाम याद है श्रेष्ठ भाई को, क्या बात है।
People ought not be so frightened of ghosts. They are merely talking
जिस गाचा गेम्स वाले नु
chattering away
शट अप।
endlessly about their past.
रहने दो भाई, तुम बेड पे पीछे लगाओ अपना। और शेष भाई कैसे हो? फिर आगे बढ़ो। ये जब देखो वो उठा के आ जाते दिस फैंस यार। मेरा गेम कैप्चर ही नहीं चल रहा भाई, क्या है ये। चलो भाई, फाइनली स्टार्ट करते हुए लैपटॉप वाले पीसी की बात ना करें। रहने दो भाई, तुम्हारा पीसी कैसे आया था याद है मुझे अभी भी। स्ट्रीम लाइक करो हलवो। जरा भाई
बोलना।
स्टार्ट कर रही हूँ स्टोरी।
ओके भाई।
देखते कितने साल में खत्म करती हूँ।
टाइम तो लगेगा यार।
देखते हैं। प्लीज ऑफ चैट ट्रांसलेशन। अरे वो ऑफ ही है, मुझे तुम्हारी चैट चैट ही दिख रही, इंग्लिश में नहीं दिख रही।
Just like that, we're in Snezhnaya! Feels like we only just... Remember back in Nasha Town? How all our friends came to see us out before we left?
जरिया भाई इलेक्ट्रा को गाली दे दो। तुम जो जरिया सोच रही है वो जरिया नहीं है वैसे तो, बट जो भी है गाली दे दो यार।
The day's
नहीं
finally
भाई,
come!
रहने दे।
We're off to meet the Tsaritsa of Snezhnaya! What is she planning? And why does she need the gnosies? Soon, we'll have our answers. Guess this will be the end of your journey that your sister mentioned. What is she expecting you to find there?
प्रोफेशनल गेंशिन स्ट्रीमर। तुम्हें एक दूसरे के इंग्लिश के दिख रही, पर कोई बात नहीं, फिर भी गाली दे दो। अरे ठीक है यार।
Snezhnaya still feels like a long way away. Hopefully, there'll be plenty of time to relax, eat some good food, and have fun before we arrive. Oh, but whenever Paimon gets thinking about how our destination is right around the corner, all these questions come flooding into Paimon's head. It makes her so nervous.
मेंबरशिप लेने ही वाला था बट मोनेटाइज नहीं है। शिट। चीनू भाई तुम पिट जाओगे मेरे से, बहुत तेज बता रही हूँ मैं। यूपीआई कर दो चुपचाप। ताने मारने आ जाते हैं ना इनएक्टिव स्ट्रीमर्स।
Yeah. Anyway, enough about all that. We can't start the final leg of our journey with that kind of mindset.
दूसरी लड़की के स्ट्रीम पर ही आ जाता और लोग इसे मॉड भी बना देते हैं। यूपीआई तो बैन बैन है। कोई नहीं यार, बैंक ट्रांसफर कर दो, नेट बैंकिंग, कोई बात नहीं।
Just think, we've fought dragons and sea monsters, defeated creations of the gods, faced prophecies of doom and the threat of the abyss. Heck, we've even been to the moon! With all that experience under our belts, how can we be any more prepared?
चीनू भाई टाइम आउट दे दो। किसे? बैंक अकाउंट नहीं है मेरा। श्रेष्ठ भाई आप चीनू भाई के तरफ से कर दो यूपीआई, कोई बात नहीं।
Sure thing!
What about me? Do I get a call out?
ले भाई कोलंबिना कहाँ से आ गई?
Whoa! Columbina? Huh, you kind of snuck up on us there.
ओके भाई, ठीक है भाई।
Don't
क्रेडिट
forget to
ऑन द
say
डेबिट
it.
ऑप्शन।
Paimon didn't sell you out this time. Oh, so it was you. All right, guess there's no hiding it now.
All your friends have gathered at the flagship to see you off. I invited Sandrone too, but she said she had to go back to Snezhnaya. She
बहुत
must be
खतरनाक
busy.
पॉलिटिक्स चालू है भाई इसमें तो।
क्या हो गया ऐसा?
She had some
देखना भाई तू
nasty
समझेगा
things to
देखो।
say about you before leaving.
नो
Would you like to
स्पॉयलर्स।
hear them?
आधी स्टोरी देखने के बाद नो स्पॉयलर्स।
यस।
गेम की तरफ तो देखा ही नहीं जा रहा। क्यों भाई, क्या हो गया?
She hasn't changed a bit. All right, let's hear it.
If they're heading to Snezhnaya, I'll bet it's to cause trouble for Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Attending a farewell party for people like that would not be a good look for me right now. Also, please tell them not to count on getting help from a Fatui Harbinger in Snezhnaya. Our time working together was not terrible precisely, but we're on different sides. So when you get there, don't do anything to make life difficult for both of us.
श्रुति डेड? हाँ, पता नहीं था तुम्हें? क्या बात है यार। वेलकम टू इलेक्ट्रा प्लेस।
Well, that definitely sounds on brand for her. The attitude, the reasoning.
उठ दिया क्या वो गेम तूने?
We'll do our best to keep our distance
बस ना
then.
भाई।
थैंक यू।
No, you've misunderstood. I think she means that she'd like you to go see her. As long as you don't make things difficult for both of you, you'll be fine.
Huh. You really have to read between the lines with Centrone.
Go on, get to the flagship. Everyone should be there by now. I told Lama that you once treated me to a truly unforgettable meal. Today, I want to return the favor. It's
ओ
my
माय गॉड,
gift
नो
to
लव।
you.
अच्छा ठीक है भाई।
It's definitely nice to
टूटा
be
हुआ।
treated, but hopefully by this point, you know that you don't owe us any favors.
The moon of Nodcry will always give you a warm welcome.
Wow! Pure white as far as the eye can see.
अरे ठीक है ना, मेरे आरपी से क्या दिक्कत है तुम्हें?
Come on, give up.
वही एक ही तो रैट शेट करते रहते हो तुम, उसके ऊपर तो कुछ करते नहीं हो और मुझे बोल रहे हो। छी भाई।
Look, they look similar to the ones in Nodcry. You know, just minus the effects of Kuraki.
क्योंकि तुम्हारा
Sure
आरपी
sounds
नहीं
like
आती
we're
आरआर
at
आता है। अरे
Snezhnaya now.
कौन सा आरआर? मैं तो करती भी नहीं हूँ आरआर। मैंने तो हमेशा आरआर ठीक करे। ठीक है यार, दैट शिट इज बेटर देन। तुम तो रहने दो भाई। देखिए तुम्हारी आरपी मैंने। रहने दो हाँ तुम।
There's gotta be a treasure chest around here somewhere. No adventure is complete without a chest or two.
बढ़िया भाई। ओए, फंस गई पाइमोन।
Paimon got a mouthful of snow.
नाइस वन पाइमोन।
It's so cold. Paimon's gonna snuggle up to you for a bit to get warm.
हैवी गेंशिन इम्पैक्ट। ओह माय गॉड, इतने लोग कैसे रिवाइव हो गए चैट में। ओम भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम, हम एनआरएस बैठे हैं, आपको आना है तो आ सकते हो। एक सेकंड, ओम है ना एनआरएस में, मैंने ऐसे ही बोल दी। आटे पड़ेंगे भाई मुझे। हेलो स्टेल्स, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। सेकंड भाई। अबे सर्वर। ओम भाई क्या हो गया तुम्हें, रुको। हो तो सही तुम।
Hey, check it out! Those are bears, right? Oh, look how big and fluffy they are. So
नाइस वन पाइमॉन।
quick, take a picture before the moment passes. Right here. If we get any closer, we might scare them away. Let's see how your camera skills are these days. Oh, wait a sec.
ये पाइमॉन को क्या हो जाता है बीच बीच में?
मुझे लग रही है भाई उसको।
It looks like it's full of courage. Paimon's heard that Snezhnaya has loads of railways and trains. This must be one of them. But why is it abandoned? Ooh, it's still so cold. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe. Ooh. Also, is it just Paimon or is the snow getting heavier? Yeah.
रशियन लैंग्वेज हो जाती है क्या भाई इसमें? रशियन में अभी मेरे को पढ़ने की इच्छा हो रही है भाई।
Paimon feels so weird. Everything feels heavy. Oh, no need. Paimon's just... Yep, sure thing. Whew. Seems like this snowstorm is getting worse by the minute. Paimon can barely fly.
मत उड़ना भाई फिर पाइमॉन, जमीन पे आ जा।
Oh, look! There's a cabin over there. Phew. Let's get out of this storm.
What is this place? Where's Paimon? I need to find her fast.
पाइमॉन खो गई भाई।
Paimon! Paimon! That's strange. Where could she be? I guess I'll try further ahead. Hang in there, Paimon. Is that a train carriage? Maybe I can get up from the inside. A reward on the road.
भाई 0 लाइक मिले यार मेरे टेक्स्ट को अभी तक।
जेंडर फोटो टेकिंग।
हाँ ना यार, ये दिस इज नॉट फेयर ब्रो।
कितने ट्रेन है भाई शेजनाया में?
रशिया है ना भाई।
अभी स्ट्रेंजर थिंग्स की शूटिंग होएगी इधर।
कतई क्रिंजा नानो एकदम।
अरे ठीक है भाई, एक सेकंड, मेरा माउस अब ठीक है।
It says here, Kresnik's torch, civilian model. It's definitely getting a little warmer now it's turned on. I really hope Paimon's okay.
अरे भाई पाएमॉन ही खो गई भाई।
फ्रेंडली नियर भाई। चल भाई अभी जरा ओडिट का बॉस ग्राइंड करता हूँ मैं।
A reward on the road.
स्टोरी हो गई तेरी?
नहीं भाई,
What was that strange sound? I can't tell if
अरे मेरा रेजिन कैप पड़ा है इसलिए।
Paimon,
अच्छा
is that you?
बॉस नियर बाय एट द सेम टाइम लिंक मैकेनिज्म इज वेरी हेल्पफुल। क्या टिप दे रहे हैं भाई बंदे, समझ रहे क्या तुम?
Authorization granted.
टिप तो मेरे को देनी चाहिए इनको भाई।
Hello, Descender, who's reached the eve of tomorrow. Eye of Grey at your service. Time since last activation. Time measurement unavailable due to the influence of... Anyway, I am... to this end, I must... Strange. What was it? Wait, my body... Why is my body like this?
शील्ड मैकेनिज्म है भाई ये बॉस को तो।
After a long period of inactivity,
मेटा ग्लासेस मिल गए।
a lot of data has been
मेटा
lost.
क्लास।
Anyway, I was created so
Let's
that
go.
humanity could reach tomorrow. But I am unable to load further details at this moment. Nevertheless, serving humanity remains my primary objective. I have detected a drop in your surface body temperature. You cannot in accordance with my preset programming, upon reactivation, I must ask the one who awakened me the following question. Will you accept me, Transcender? I will assist you, protect you, and fulfill my mission until we...
भाई ये बॉसेस इतने इजी क्यों बनाते हैं यार?
इतना तो अबिस क्लियर करवाए।
अभी से तो नहीं होता भाई।
मेटा ग्लासेस पहन लिए
You
भाई।
have made a very wise decision. Now, I detected that you called out a name earlier. Presumably the name was Paimon. After helping you get out of here, I will search for a match, merely the tip of the iceberg. Now that we have reached an accord, you will be my new user. May I ask your... Very well. I will remember this name until the mission is complete. I need to recover my body, retrieve the power to unlock tomorrow, and help the suffering masses to reach the far shores where the empty ark floats. I can sense my power scattered across this ice-covered land. I even have a vague sense of where it might be found. The key right now is you. You may now execute the command, Demolish. Use it to remove the prime ice blocking the path and obtain prime ice units.
अबे ये क्या है?
Prime ice unit count has been updated.
क्या क्या है नानो?
कुछ तो है भाई.
अंदर से लग रहा है क्या देखो?
अरे कुछ
You
तो,
may
अरे
now
भाई
execute the
वो
command
मेटा ग्लासेस भाई.
Use it to create a prime
हाँ तो
ice
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ मैं,
potion
अंदर से
clone.
तेको लग रहा है क्या कुछ है करके?
अरे ओए, क्यूब रख दिस भाई.
Is this an answer from this world?
वो तेरे में तू ऑडिट नहीं भूल करने वाले ना?
करूंगी ना भाई.
Environment.
आप भी नहीं करने वाले ना?
Exit
अरे
has been
पुल हो
selected
तब करूंगी ना.
for ice.
हाँ तो तब तक मैं तेरा फार्म चुराता हूँ ना भाई मस्त.
छोरा.
अभी नहीं, मतलब तेरे स्टोरी होने के बाद बता.
That
And-
would not be an efficient approach. One moment. Usable construct blueprint detected nearby. You can use this to clear the solid ice ahead of you more quickly.
है.
Windblade!
Construct blueprint added to records. You may now execute the command Build Heat Source. Generate a temporary heat source to rapidly melt the solid ice.
चोरी कर रहे क्या तो? जरा एक बार स्ट्रीम देखियो.
लिंक बिंग भेजे क्या तूने?
अरे डिस्कॉर्ड पे कर दिया भाई.
बोल.
इधर क्या करना है?
अरे क्यों ये बनाना हीट वाला, वो 3 नंबर दबा के हीट वाला डालना उधर. टी दबा, 3 नंबर दबा, और अब ये कर ले इधर बिल्ड. वो लेके भी चल सकती है तो तेरे साथ. हाँ एफ दबा के टेक हीट सोर्स कर.
पहले ये क्लियर तो होने दे.
अरे तू कर तो भाई. हाँ तभी जाते रहे आगे.
क्रेजी चीज है भाई ये तो.
बस थोड़े टाइम वो वापस चला जाता है उसके रेंज के बाहर कर जाने के बाद. तू
अबे
देखा भाई,
I'll keep this
गया वो.
close.
My scan indicates the path is straight ahead. I recommend
वही
you
बनाना
proceed.
भाई, हीट वाला ही.
रुक जा, इधर जाना है ना. रुक.
अभी तेरे को लेके चलना पड़ेगा, बहुत सारा आइस है उधर.
निकल गया भाई.
Kresnik Crystal located. Please collect at your earliest convenience. The recent construct you built provides highly efficient heating by utilizing the unique properties of Kresnik Crystal. Unfortunately, prime ice constructs have a very short lifespan and cannot be stabilized during the development period. Hence, the authorization to use Kresnik Crystal was granted. That said, I have already forgotten what warmth yes. Perhaps then, we can warm ourselves by the fireside together. But for now, all you need to remember is this. If you collect Kresnik Crystal, I can extract the energy within and use it to make... low power. Please use Kresnik Crystal to replenish energy reserves. Signs of physiological activity detected in the distance. It is highly likely to be your travel companion, Paimon. Go. Go now. Be reunited and sing together. May all the people be united as one. May all of life rejoice in unison. Approaching the target location. Scanning for signs of life. Life forms detected. 2. Affirmative. However, that is not the reason for my confusion. According to my database, this location is a real-time environmental data suggests that the train station may no longer be in use. But whatever this...
Paimon! Who are you?
Don't worry. You must be the Traveler. She called your name. Newcomers to Snezhnaya struggle to adapt to the sheer cold at the best of times. Lately, even the locals are suffering, with a powerful monster having summoned a bitter snowstorm. You two must be very important to one another. You should take more care.
Your eyes. Are you...
अर्थागले की तो भेड़ भी आ गई भाई.
There are indeed some Conrians left in this world who survived the cataclysm. But I doubt that is news to you. It would be unwise to interrogate my identity here. Focus your attention on your travel companion instead. We will meet again very soon.
ये बुढ़ाऊ कौन था?
The unidentified subject has now left the
Fiero.
area. He appears to be an individual of great significance, but my search has yielded no relevant data. I will try searching the data against the odds. Your companion is safe and sound. The other person even...
अबे सो गए तो उठा दे भाई, उसे सोने भी दे रहा है.
Traveler! Oh, thank goodness you're okay. Paimon was so worried. She looked everywhere for you.
It's okay. Take it easy.
Pretty much the same as when we first got to Snezhnaya. Paimon must have caught a cold. Wait, where did the jester go? Yep, the director of the Fatui. The Jester Piero. So, you met...
The Jester must know everything about the Tsaritsa's plans. But there's no way he'd tell me just like that. Well, he was right about one thing. Right now, the most important thing for me is to take care of Paimon while she's unwell.
He had no intention of explaining his motives, and he left in something of a hurry.
Hey! What the... Who is of goggles. How amazing! A self-aware, talking pair of goggles.
Snezhnaya was once the land of the Fae. There are many ancient creations here that I'm sure would broaden your mind further still. Mind you, my database is also expanding as we speak. You must be a rare...
Oh, wow! Well, thank you so much. You've earned yourself some of Paimon's favorite...
Goodwill detected. Instead of candy, perhaps I can suggest my preferred strategy. Please...
Oh, that makes sense. Every pair of goggles needs wiping... Anyway, back to the jester for a sec. When he first showed up, he already knew Paimon's name. Paimon could tell that he was Conrigan from his eyes. And he definitely seemed like someone pretty important. It was only later, after he rescued Paimon from the snow, that he properly introduced himself. That's the only seems unlikely. He ran into the snow following the sound of Paimon's voice with a real... And after bringing Paimon here, he just stared out at the snow. Paimon didn't feel unsafe around him, and he didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. For all we know, he might have just ignored...
Please allow me to interrupt. Fatui and director are unfamiliar terms. May I ask for...
Wait, you've seriously never heard of the Fatui? Oh, they're like the Tsaritsa's inner circle. Really powerful people.
Understood. Since they hold elite positions and serve their god directly, it stands to reason that they would conduct themselves with due decorum. I am inclined to agree with your assessment, Miss Paimon. I did not detect any ill will from the gentleman in question.
Sorry, I shouldn't have encouraged you to talk so much.
साइलेंट स्ट्रीम है मेरी आवाज नहीं आ रही आ तो रही है यार स्टोरी में फोकस कर रही हूँ ना मैं एक तो मैंने इतनी मेरी हिम्मत लगी है स्टार्ट करने को कि मेरा अटेंशन स्पैन है तो एक सेकंड मैंने स्टोरी नेवर माइंड कुछ नहीं
Paimon, new plan. Let's get out of Snezhnaya for now. We can come back after the weather clears up and you're all better. The jester mentioned that this snowstorm, being the
ये
work
तो
of a
क्रेजी हो
monster,
गया भाई
is worse than most.
वही ना
Even if we made it to Snezhnagrad, we'd still have to
इलेक्ट्रा
wait out the
स्टोरी
storm
वही तो
before we could do any exploring.
Oh, well, it's really nice of you to look out for Paimon, but... we were really psyched up for this journey when we first set off. Just think of all the burning questions we have. If...
Further information is required regarding the monster situation. But objectively speaking, there is another more pressing issue at hand. At this point, we have traveled a significant distance into the blizzard. Were we to turn back now, the road would be extremely treacherous, especially since if, however, we continue onward, there may... Do you remember what I said as we neared this location? I told you that this is a train station. While it has evidently fallen into disuse for unknown reasons, the tracks remain intact. We can break through the blizzard and forge ahead by driving a train. There is a small town up ahead, which would be the perfect place for Miss...
Paimon thinks Goggles here makes a great point. Let's do that. Oh, come on. Don't worry. Think of all the traveling we've done so far. When has Paimon ever gotten sick before? Practically never.
Affirmative. Should you ever need my assistance during your future adventures, please call for the Eye of Grey whenever you wish. Otherwise, I will remain silent to avoid causing any unnecessary...
Is this an answer from this world?
to depart. Heading north from here, we will soon arrive at... Wait, there's an error message.
What exactly does clear mean?
Brace for impact, friends! Preparing to enter impromptu flight mode.
ओए
बोलना भाई।
भाई ट्रेन उड़ रही है। पायमोन भी, अच्छा पायमोन तो उड़ती है।
How strange. Not only was the station's status different from my record...
Yeah.
My sincere apologies for putting you in danger. I'm afraid I'm as confused by all this as you are. Agreed. This is likely a consequence of outdated railroad data. The discrepancies between the old data and present reality are far greater than... Fortunately, our crash landing has at least brought us much closer to the town. According to the data, anyway.
Your data had better be right this time.
I can assure you, it certainly is. Please look this way, and you will see a Kresnik's torch. It seems our ill-fated train ride was a blessing in disguise. We have taken the shortest possible route. Rest assured that I will take user preferences into account next time I plan a route. Next...
बढ़िया भाई।
Excuse me, is there an inn nearby?
I'm sorry, but they've all closed.
Sorry to interrupt. We're looking for a place to stay.
I can't even afford to warm my own house, let alone run a business.
Excuse us. Is there anywhere we can stay around these parts?
शो मैप, ये देखो मैप। मेरा मैप मत देखो, ये मैप देखो।
तेरा मैप क्या है भाई?
अरे मतलब मेरे में यहाँ बहुत सारे रीजन खुले नहीं है पुराने। मैंने इस अकाउंट पे नहीं करी है ना स्टोरी पहली भी।
हैं?
यस, इसमें भाई इनाजुमा की स्टोरी कंप्लीट नहीं है।
What the fuck bro?
देखा
I'm
मैप,
afraid
एक सेकंड
not.
रुकना, मैं बस
You'll have to try your luck somewhere else.
नॉर्थ क्राई से ऊपर से है। हाँ ये नॉर्थ क्राई यहाँ खत्म और यहाँ पे
All we can do is wait for the next shipment of Kresnik Crystal to get.
Hi there. Do you know if there are any inns still taking guests in this town?
Doubt it. They're probably all closed.
Alyosha.
No one has enough Kresnik Crystal to heat their own homes, let alone a business.
What a bummer.
I clocked you a while back. You adventurers or something? We don't get many tourists in inland.
Why is that? Because of the snowstorm?
In part. But the bigger reason's Project Snezhnaya. Since it's Her Majesty's will, we have to put up with it whether we like it or not. Oh, sorry. I assumed it was common knowledge by now. Basically, the Tsaritsa is planned. Even if they used all the surplus Kresnik Crystal in Snezhnaya, it still wouldn't be enough to meet demand. So, the Vecha passed a resolution requiring all factories and households to reduce their energy consumption. The policy has thus been charmingly named Project Snezhnaya, meaning
Bitter cold. So, like, it's gonna be a cold winter, folks?
pretty much. When you're broke, you scrimp and save. When it's cold, you huddle together for warmth. There's always a way to stretch things out to make ends meet. Trouble is, if you stretch someone out like an elastic band for too long, who knows if they can ever bounce back. You know what? Come with me and see for yourself.
Can you please explain to me why the price of Kresnik Crystal has gone up by a third again? Even as our purchase quota has gone down. You only come here twice a month. This won't even last us a week.
The supply and pricing of Kresnik Crystal are based on current production volumes and price data. We Fatui are only responsible for delivery and security. I'm not in a position to explain to you how the figures are calculated, but I assure you, they are as fair and...
Oh, so our lives mean nothing to you? How can you expect anyone to survive a single night in this weather without heating?
Since you insist on making me repeat myself every single visit, I will remind you again. There is no monopoly on the trade of Kresnik Crystal.
What market? Nobody else is selling. And when they do, they charge 8 times the normal rate. It's robbery is what it is.
Which is why the Snezhnagrad Veche passed a resolution to support border communities, without which you wouldn't even be able to buy crystal from us to begin with. So if you're here just to argue, move aside and let the next person in line come forward. Everyone's feeling the cold here.
You! All right, everyone, let's calm down for a second. A few words, if I may. We're all subjects of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, and I'm sure every one of us is dedicated to her great cause. We all know how cold it is, and the more it snows, the harder life gets. Everyone's struggling already. Let's not...
But Liaison Shishkin, there's clearly something wrong with this quota. I have a family in Marepasak who tell me they can buy at least double our crystal allotment.
Oh, believe you me, I had the same reaction when I first saw the numbers. Couldn't believe what I was reading. I even wrote a letter to confirm the true figures, but... Still, you must understand that calculating these energy quotas is a complicated balancing act. They have to factor in population, town size, industrial application. Our top priority must be to keep the largest Kresnik's torch burning continuously. Only then can we sell the remaining
बंद
crystal
करने का
for
टाइम हो गया
household
स्ट्रीम
use.
बंद कर दो
And in
हाँ
doing so, we must make sure that everyone is treated
हो
fairly.
गई स्ट्रीम
नहीं भाई
As our
क्यों भाई
Fatui comrades said,
इतनी
we're
जल्दी
only responsible for delivering the goods.
अभी तो बोली तू
They need
बंद
to
करने का
come back
टाइम
to
हो
their
गया
चैट पढ़
workers,
रही थी
and they do not have any
जी
authority
भाई
to modify the rates or quotas.
That's right. Our duty is to do things by the book.
Tell you what, listen. I know how anxious and upset everyone is. As a matter of fact, I was just discussing it with the mayor. What we can do is open the lower combustion chamber of the Kresnik's torch to the public. You can come to me directly to register, and I will allocate time slots accordingly. I can't guarantee there will be ample energy for household use, we can at least make sure you'll be able to boil water and cook food each day. Let's hang in there and make this work together. All right?
Fine. I don't see any alternative.
So, this is Project Stuja in action, huh? Oh, no wonder
बेचारी
it's open
पाइमोन
for business. People are
You were looking for an inn, right? For your, Fae friend?
फे पाइमोन को फे बोल दिस
Paimon's not a fae. Just Paimon. She must have caught a cold or something. We'll...
I have a small place in Stratomaros. I don't stay there very often, though, so it's pretty basic. But if you're not picky, you're welcome to rest there for now. It's not much.
Are you sure? Oh,
All right, then. This way.
चलो भाई आलियोशा है फ्री में मिलता है आलियोशा
और क्या भाई
ये नहीं पता था मुझे
लंड मालूम रहता है क्या तेरे को कुछ
यार मेरे को तो पुल बैनर से मिला ना भाई पर
लेकिन तेरे को कुछ लंड मालूम नहीं रहता ना भाई
C1 चलो भाई C0 C1 क्या हो रहा है मेरे को क्या बोल रही हूँ मैं किधर जाना है Flins and Snezhnaya.
so cozy and warm. Paimon's getting nice and toasty.
Toasty? ठीक है Paimon.
Oh, wait. Paimon only introduced herself so far, didn't she? This is Paimon's best friend.
Good to meet you. I'm Alosha. Most travelers find the Snezhnayan climate to be a shock to the system at first. But as long as you keep yourself warm, still, you should keep an eye on your condition. When people are too quick to dismiss a cold, it can easily end up turning into something more serious.
Second. Okay, we are back.
Don't say that. Paimon's too young.
They aren't in town right now, and they won't be back anytime soon. The train station has been. I do a lot of hunting, so I spend most of my time exposed to the elements. But even the animals wouldn't survive long in a storm like this. Nothing to do but sit tight in town until the weather improves. I get that you're in a hurry, but even if the station were open, that doesn't mean there'd be any trains. We could end up stuck here for a long time, I'm afraid. What? Your own train? Wait, hold on. That train? The one that suddenly fell out of the sky and crash landed on the ice?
Oh, we got lucky and found it in a cave.
Pretty crazy for a random find in the mountains. Well, as long as your train's good to roll, you might get to Snezhnaya after all. I've been doing some digging recently. Turns out, the real reason for the current energy crisis in Stratomeros is that some of the supply is being seized for a private stockpile. But to expose what's going on, I need to catch them in the act. So,
Huh? Wait.
It's a figure of speech. Real rabbits couldn't pull this off. They'd prefer carrots to Kresnik Crystal anyway. Shishkin, Mr. Positive Attitude, let's all get along now, shall we?
Him? Really?
Huh? You're coming with?
Huh. Oh. Okay then. All right. Guess there's no point pushing myself.
Oh yeah, there's one more introduction to do. Tagarin, get in here.
Oh, a doggy. Oh, angry doggy. Oh.
He likes to think he's above that kind of thing. He's my hunting partner, so he'll be joining us when we carrots aside, we'll need to stay completely undetected. We can't risk spooking our rabbit, but there's no telling which burrow he'll scurry back into. First, we need to find a way into the train station and see if we can find any real freight data. Shishkin's figures can't be trusted. Then, we get
Hello,
to
W only.
Garin to
Welcome
catch
to
a
the
scent
stream.
and find out which way the crystal went. What are you eating?
Oh, check it out. When you're all out of carrots, try jerky. Good doggy.
A fellow dog lover, huh?
Yup. And rabbit look.
Good to know. Eat up, Tagarin. We got a lot of work.
Paimon's just gonna stay here.
ये कौन सा गेम है? Genshin Impact.
Wait.
Lmao.
Nice work, Tagarin. Come on, we'll go around. This way. We'll enter from the upper floor. There we go. A freight list. Straight from the Fatui. So Shishkin won't have had the chance to doctor the figures. Looks as new as the day it was printed. I guess no one bothers reading these unless they have ulterior motives. Yeah, this is all we need. Come on, let's get out of here. Then go track down the crystal. Tugarin's a keen hunter, and catching rabbits is his specialty.
मैं म्यूट तो नहीं हूँ शायद। भाई कुत्ता बना दिया भाई। भाई ये रह गया क्या गेम में से रहे हो? जरिया भाई अब मैं गेम में कुत्ता बन के घूमूं भाई।
हो गया भाई। मेरे डायलॉग कॉपी कर भाई तू।
क्या है भाई ये?
सूंघ भाई, कुत्ता बन के लांड को सूंघ भाई।
बताओ बताओ डब्ल्यू ओनली क्या हो गया?
But if he picks up the scent of crystal somewhere and there's no stove around, that's how we know something's up. This must be the rabbit's warren. Good job, boy. Sure enough, there's a tunnel. You stay here and keep watch.
ब्लॉक कर दिया? ब्लॉक तो नहीं किया होगा मैंने।
Thanks for looking out for us. Things are getting tougher by the day.
No need to thank me. It's my pleasure. Sure as Her Majesty the Tsaritsa watching over us, every sacrifice will be worth. Let's grit our teeth until the blizzard passes. These days of hardship will be over soon.
Maybe for everyone else, Liaison Shishkin. But for you, the hard times have only just begun.
Who are you?
देखती हूँ मैं।
I just had a question for you. Why, when times are as tough as this, would someone hoard more Kresnik crystal than they could ever use? All the crates here are from the most recent shipment, but they weren't brought here for sale. Instead, they were secretly stashed away. Would you be able to shed any light on the situation, Mr. Shishkin?
Me? Why, I have no idea. But look at how much there is. It's quite a godsend. Now there will be plenty to go around.
रहने दो एक सेकंड। and stuff.
This godsend was found in a cellar adjacent to your residence following a tip from Mr. Alosha, and this is only a fraction of what we found down there. We're still taking a full inventory. The official figures will be finalized. I've always been grateful for your efforts to mediate between us and the townspeople of Sretomaros. But now, Mr. Shishkin, it appears...
How could you do this to...
We trusted you to have our backs. You've been lying to...
Hey, I owe you all an apology. I'm sorry. This isn't who I am. Please believe me, we all know how difficult life has been since Project Stuzha came into force. Energy is an increasingly scarce resource. People everywhere are getting desperate. I grew up in Alatir, a small village with no train station. Deliveries of Kresnik Crystal have ceased there entirely. If nothing is done, they're all going... You know as well as I do how downright impossible it is to buy Crystal these days. The thought of my poor mother and father, with no one to help. I watched as energy grew scarcer by the week, all the while knowing that their lives were at risk. Then one day, I looked at the Crystal shipment in front of me. Looks like I'm just not cut out to be a criminal. I'm so sorry. I have the official Snezhnayan quotas here. Anyone who has already purchased energy, I'll make a batch purchase of Crystal worth 3 months' salary for you all to use free of charge. As for Alatir...
You don't have to go that far.
किराया ट्रैवलर भी सही है भाई लेकिन
Interesting. ब्लॉक वॉक तो कुछ करा है नहीं मैंने वैसे तो मैं चेक भी कर लिया ब्लॉक तो नहीं है
Yeah, owning up to your mistake is enough for me. You've done plenty of good for the community in the past. I'm not looking for a hand.
Drop the act. You claim this was a one-time mistake, but the real reason there's only one shipment's worth of stolen crystal in your basement...
Reporting in, sir. We've conducted a full search of the mayor's house. As expected, we found many crates full of crystal, half of which were still in their original shipping containers.
This wasn't your first time at all. You've been colluding with the mayor of Sretomaros for a long time. The train station's currently out of service, but it does open for a short window every time there's an energy delivery. And every time a train pulls in, you're there on site to take inventory and oversee the workers unloading the cargo. The mayor handpicks said workers. Per his instructions, they transport the crystal by tunnel at night to the mayor's house, and he sells it out of town. But since he can't get the goods out of town by train, he had to arrange an alternative method of transportation. This meant slower sales, which gave me plenty of opportunity to catch him in the act.
Wait, the mayor's involved in this too?
Preposterous. What proof do you have of any of this?
Basic math. I've spent a lot of time lately counting carriages as the snowstorm rages.
Counting carriages?
The energy consumed by a train depends on its total weight. And since energy is a limited resource right now, it's fair to assume that every carriage is packed full. So, if we take the energy required for the Kresnik's torch, add the sales figures you provided, then compare that figure to the train's theoretical cargo capacity, guess what?
ये देख रही क्या देख रही?
The numbers never match. It's always off by 1 or 2 carriages worth. This time, you set a new record. 3 carriages missing.
You mean to tell me that you sat around outside counting carriages in this weather?
I'm a hunter. I have 2 options. Hunt or starve.
Well, I've heard enough. The evidence speaks for itself. Take Shishkin and the mayor into custody and escort them back to Snezhnaya.
You cocky little brat, ruining my business. Just you wait.
Yeah, something felt off. So I just followed my gut. Math isn't my strong suit, though. I'm lucky my dad made me learn enough to get by, but all this number crunching was a million times harder than the aim and fire work I'm used to.
Thank you for your assistance. You're a brave lad. Shishkin was quite the cunning criminal, as I'm sure you can tell. He did all of this right under our noses, and we never suspected a thing.
A wolf in sheep's clothing. He had everyone fooled.
Even with that sob story he fed us. He was probably trying to keep the mayor out of it, not just mask his own motives. Without the compelling case he put together, even I might have fallen for it. Alosha, was it? Tell me, are you really a hunter?
We can go find some wild animals if you want. I'll fire off a couple of shots, and you'll see whether I'm the real...
I didn't mean to cast suspicion on your identity. It's just... well, I'm sure you've heard of the Rokot. Recently, they've been recruiting people with your kind of talent. They hide in plain sight under false identities, working against Project Snezhnaya, sometimes directly opposing the Tsaritsa herself. They aren't a violent organization, and their goal is to improve the lives of the common folk. But still, as a member of the Fatui, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't keep tabs on them.
First I've heard of this. I don't really keep up with what goes on in the city. All I know is, people who don't mind their own business in the city end up paranoid about it. As for me, I just couldn't stand Shishkin. I'm from Alatir myself, and I can tell you, nobody's lived there in years. Why would an abandoned village need crystal? Of course, no one really cares about the fate of that place. I'm guessing today is...
I see. It does sound quite tragic. I will report this incident to Snezhnaya. The Fatui will take over energy distribution until new officials are appointed. We'll also ensure that the train station resumes normal services. Looks like it's my turn to brush up on math now.
Don't mention it. Isn't the soldier overseeing the delivery supposed to verify the quantity of the goods? Was he just... Excuse me. I'll take a share of Kresnik Crystal, too. Thanks. I need to take a detour before we head back. There's someone I have to deliver this crystal to. hang tight for a moment. This old lady, she doesn't really know who's...
Oh, oh, grandson.
Ma'am, it's me.
Alosha.
You know me. I came by earlier today. Clean the ashes out of your stove.
Oh, I'm so... Now, how often do I get to see my grandson? Hmm?
It's okay. You just rest. I'm fine.
Oh, you. It's nice to come and visit your old granny once in a while, isn't it? Sretomaros, a good town. All sorts of... Sit down. Come on, take a seat. I still have some fruit left. Let me get it for you.
Please, don't get up on my account. You need to rest.
Right under the basket by the door. Well, grandson dear.
Very much, ma'am. It's delicious.
Good. Wonderful.
You don't need to save any more for me next time, all right? Fresh fruit is hard to come by at the moment.
Oh, I don't need it. I'm...
Some kind soul must have given these to her. But she always saves the nicer things for special occasions. I met her at the market back before her health began declining. She was a lovely old lady. Not many people have heard of Alatir. And if they have, it's usually for all the wrong reasons. Now that it's an abandoned village, it's rare to find anyone who shares fond memories of our hometown. So after we got talking and realized we were from the same place, we decided to keep in touch by letter. I first learned of Sretomaros' energy supply problems from a passing comment in one of her letters. Then, after her health went downhill, I started visiting more often to check in on her. The town's been in decline for a while now, but because of her memory problems, she thinks of it as the bustling, prosperous Sretomaros still in its heyday. That said, I kind of appreciate her optimism. It's fine. In Snezhnaya, some people believe that in your final moments, you'll sense you turn to look at them, but their face is blurry. So you focus. The Grim Reaper reaches out and takes your life. She still calls me grandson, though. So at least I'm not a blurry face in her world. Come on, let's get back and see how Paimon's doing.
Paimon, we're back. Are you feeling any better?
Yep. Paimon's not cold anymore. But she's still a little dizzy. Flying probably isn't a good idea right now. But Paimon's sure she'll be fine. It's probably just from getting hit on...
Her complexion's looking much better. Let's keep an eye on her.
हाँ एक सेकंड Thank you, W only.
Sure, but enough about that. How did everything go on your end? Are you all set?
I'll explain.
इसमें उड़ने की हिम्मत नहीं थी और उड़े जा रही.
Guys got pretty busy. Sounds like the liaison officer and the mayor were running quite an operation. Huh. So, you said the train station will open again?
Yeah. Well, enough to survive at least. Project Stuja isn't going away anytime soon. Don't know. The goal of Project Stuja is to gather energy for the Tsaritsa, but no one knows where that energy's going. It's never been made public. The thing is, we were told that the project would only last for 6 months, but time and time again, they keep
Extending it? Does that mean the Tsaritsa's plan isn't going very smooth?
That's what everyone suspects. In principle, any proposed extension needs to pass by majority vote in the Snezhnaya. But even though opposition has been growing, any detractors end up caving in to political pressure from the rooster, Pulcinella.
OBS setting? OBS सेटिंग कुछ खास है नहीं वैसे. कौन सी सेटिंग वैसे लाइक?
He's the chair of the Snezhnaya Veche and a key figure in the voting process. He has the backing of many powerful and influential people.
How come the Fatui are picking on ordinary people even here in Snezhnaya?
I don't see it like that. Fundamentally, the Fatui will always think and act in the Tsaritsa's interests, but that doesn't mean they don't care about the plight of the common folk. The only reason Stratomero still receives Crystal shipments is because of a relief proposal put forward by the Rooster himself. Then there's the Fatui soldiers providing support in every corner of the nation. Even the Northland Bank provided some mora for disaster relief, and they're as conservative and indifferent as they come. It's just that the rich and powerful in their fancy palaces live in a completely different world from us. There's always gonna be some conflict when those worlds collide. Yeah, well, even though we all believe in Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, there are still many differences of opinion on how best to tackle the big issues of the day. Regular folk don't have an easy way of getting their voices heard in Snezhnaya, while the rich and powerful are either unwilling or afraid to speak out for all sorts of complicated reasons. The Rokad provides the disaffected with false identities and an outlet to vent their frustrations. Of course, an organization like that exists in a gray area. The moment the Veche think they've crossed a line, there's sure to be a crackdown. But so far, they've been doing their best to help the common folk. Like us, don't you mean? You didn't hesitate to join in. You're not...
That's because we're adventurers. It's our job to help people out with commissions and get to the bottom of things.
Sounds like we're going to get along. So, what's your business in Snezhnaya, aside from taking...
I want to meet the Tsaritsa. It's complicated. I've had run-ins with many of the Harbingers along the way, and I really need to know what the Tsaritsa is up to. Her ultimate goal, what the no-sees mean in all of this. Since I've made it this far in my journey, I have to find...
Wait, so... no way.
Sounds like you've heard of us then. We're getting more famous by the day.
I didn't realize I was in the company of giants. Honestly, we're all as curious as you are about what the Tsaritsa's planning, and why it has to involve us freezing to death, but getting in the same room as her won't be easy. The common folk aren't permitted to meet her at the best of times, and right now, she's probably not even in Snezhnaya. Word is, she's heading east on a campaign to slay a monster. Yeah, So you've heard of it. A wild, unpredictable monster with it also absorbs everything around it into its body, so it's growing constantly. Now it's so big that the Tsaritsa has deemed it the #1. Luckily, as it grew, it became increasingly less mobile, so it doesn't pose an immediate threat to this town or to Snezhnagrad. I'm sure that Tsaritsa and her personal guard, the Druzhna, won't have any trouble defeating the creature between them. It's just a question of how long. Suffice to say, you won't be seeing her anytime soon. You'll have to wait until she gets back. Fair. Well, the Fatui will be taking over management of the train station for the time being. Things should be up and running by tomorrow. Once it's open, we can see about getting your train towed to the station.
Whoa! That's gotta take a lot of manpower.
The Fatui aren't exactly spotless in this whole mess. Plus, we help them out. Should be easy enough to negotiate. As far as I know, all the paperwork is dealt with upon manufacture. I've never seen anyone check. Having a train makes everything much easier. We'll reach Snezhnagrad in no time. I need to head there myself anyway. Got some game to trade for Mora. I know a good doctor in the city. I'll introduce you when we get there.
Oh, thanks so much. Let's get a good night. How tiresome. Pick up the pace. Come on, keep up.
Drive carefully, all right? You don't want to end up in this situation again. Also, I don't think I've seen a train like this before. Not a fan of small talk, are you? Anyway, take this. It's an up-to-date map of the Snezhnayan rail network.
I joined from Discord. Hello. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Means a lot. 1 second.
All
Okay.
the track switching is automated. So as long as the train's moving, you don't need to worry about collision. We'll leave you to examine the train's conditions yourselves. Fingers crossed nothing's broken.
Shouldn't be a problem. Thanks for...
All right then. Have a safe journey. And make sure to check everything's...
चलो भाई पहले टीपी खोल लेते हैं.
अगर दोनों ही लाइव कर रहे हो तो
अरे
कौन देख
ओम भाई मिश्रा
भाई जंप्स कर देना
किंग
जरूरी था क्या?
क्या
किंग
तुड़ुंग तुड़ुंग आवाज नहीं आती क्या तुमको?
अरे
लॉर्ड
स्ट्रीमर मोड भाई.
लॉर्ड ओम मिश्रा.
अरे अरे बस क्या भाई.
अरे
ओम मिश्रा
लॉर्ड.
के आगे एक ही लॉर्ड है भाई, ओम प्रकाश मिश्रा बस.
मैं गेंशिन खेलो.
कौन सी गेम पे आ गए यार. लेवल इतना गिर जाएगा मुझे नहीं मालूम था.
अबे भाई शेजनाया खेल के देख.
ये
मारो.
दूसरा इंसान कहाँ ब्लैक मिथ वुकोंग एल्डन रिंग फिर
अरे
वो
भाई
सिंग सॉन्ग ये सब खेलने के बाद इस पे आ गया भाई.
अरे भाई मैं बहुत ओजी प्लेयर हूँ रे, इन सबको नाद मैंने ही लगाया भाई गेंशिन का।
ना
क्या?
खेलो ना पर।
मेरे वजह से ये खेलने लगे हैं भाई।
Shazna looking
भाई
amazing,
काश
exactly.
ये
Which browser
काश
was that?
दूसरे गेम
Opera?
के
Yes,
लिए भी
that
ये सब सीखे
was.
होते।
अभी इनको खेलने, इनका इतना स्किल ही डेवलप नहीं है उसमें, मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ भाई।
अभी
अरे
थोड़े दिन
ठीक है
पहले
भाई।
कृष्णा भैया ने एल्डन रिंग डाउनलोड की और
छोड़ दिया बीच
बस
में।
हाँ मतलब बीच में क्या 2-3 घंटे में।
छी भाई।
मैं बोला अरे
मैं तो अभी लाइज ऑफ पी खेल रहा हूँ दूसरी बार भाई, मजा आ रहा है।
वो गेम भी
उसका
बढ़िया है यार।
डीएलसी खेलना है अभी मेरे को, अच्छा है
अच्छा
मैंने सुना है।
खरीदी हुई है क्या आपने? मतलब वो वाली है या वो वाली है?
खरीदी वाली है वो जी।
ओके
मतलब मेरे दोस्त को मिल गई वो वैसे, तो हम सेम
हाँ
फैमिली में हैं, तो इसलिए हो गया, वो मिल गया मेरे को भी।
सही सही।
यार पहली बार मजा आया था मेरे को कंप्लीट करके, इस बार देखते हैं। और लेकिन ये ना चूतियाप कर दिया है रे इन्होंने, ये डिफिकल्टी चेंज कर सकते हैं अब ना इसमें।
ऐसा तो वो तो चेंज कर ही सकते थे ना।
नहीं रे, मैं जब खेल रहा था उसमें तो मेरे को ऑप्शन नहीं था शायद।
हाँ
I
था।
swear भाई Shazna बढ़िया है भाई। So far बढ़िया है।
लेकिन ये गांडू लगा हुआ है मेरे को यार, डिफिकल्टी तो भाई फिर एल्डन रिंग जैसा ही चाहिए भाई वो।
Let's go भाई चलो।
पैरी कब करना है?
ट्रेन चल दी
पैरी तो मेरे को भी नहीं
भाई।
समझता भाई, मैं मोस्टली ईवेड ही करता हूँ भाई।
फिर वो ब्लू
अरे
ब्लू
भाई
अटैक दिखता है तो मार देते।
मतलब एकदम पास आने के बाद लेट हो जाता है, थोड़ा पहले किया
वही
तो अर्ली हो जाता है, बहुत गंदा
ये
है
उसके
भाई।
जैसा है। किसका था पैरी? एल्डन रिंग का
अरे
भी पैरी
भाई
ऐसा ही है।
तुम दोनों
ब्लड बॉर्न, ब्लड बॉर्न में तो पैरी था
वो तो
या नहीं क्या।
पीएस की गेम है, आपने कैसे?
ट्रेन में अटैक हो गया।
Just our luck. Of all the things that could have gone.
You're Snezhnaya, right?
It's called the Shadow Realm. A place where no wind blows, no light shines, and no elemental energy flows. Even time itself doesn't exist here. I've only seen it a few times before, and this is my first time inside. It's a dangerous place. And the few who do make it back,
Huh? Then, oh, maybe Goggles knows something. Goggles? Great! Now we're done for.
आउटपुट सेटिंग्स 1 सेकेंड। ये मेरा आउटपुट सेटिंग्स अगर मैं दिखाओ, ये आउटपुट सेटिंग्स।
नहीं नहीं भाई
hold it together.
तुम दोनों का
Let's
भी
not
चल
get
रहा
ahead
है।
of ourselves.
अरे यार हो
Heard
गया
the
भाई,
story
इतना
once
क्या है
about the
तेरे को
world of
बहन चोद,
shadows.
वर्ल्ड क्लास
If it's
स्ट्रीमर थोड़ी
true,
है भाई
there's
तू।
a way to escape.
ठीक है भाई।
We just need to come on. Let's
क्या भाई ऐसे एक्ट करती है म्यूट डेफन करके, जैसे बहन चोद बहुत नॉलेजेबल कुछ तो चल रहा है तेरे स्ट्रीम पे। कुछ तो फिलोसॉफी चौधरी है ऐसा हमको समझ रहा है।
क्या
बहुत
करने का
कितने
भाई
दिन
चौधरी
के
इस
लिए
है।
आया
ट्रेन
हो?
में?
जिरे भाई कितने दिन के लिए आया हो?
वो भाई 5-6 दिन तो।
बढ़िया भाई, लगाओ फिर टीम गेम्स कुछ रात को फिर।
यार बोलो भाई तुम ही, मेरे पर तो अभी
मैं तो
पड़े हैं
बोलती
सब।
हूँ भाई, सुनना है नहीं किसी को।
नहीं
क्या वो कुछ तो आया है
चल रहा
ना नया मल्टीप्लेयर यार,
है शिफ्ट एट मिडनाइट।
वॉक वॉक कुछ तो,
मालूम नहीं।
वॉक कुछ तो आया था यार, अभी भूल
can't
गया।
channel elemental energy here, but I have a few gadgets that still work.
मैं फिजिकल डैमेज से थोड़ी मारना है इसको।
तेरे को
फिजिकल
फिजिकली
डैमेज।
मारना है क्या, फिजिकली करना है क्या सब।
क्या बोल रहा है?
अरे अभी तो बोली फिजिकल डैमेज से मारना है क्या भाई।
Guess
ठीक
we
है
better
भाई।
find a way over.
क्या है भाई ये नैनो, शर्म विरम है क्या नहीं भाई कुछ तेरे को।
बिग फैन, ओ माय गॉड।
अरे हाँ ये बिग वॉक नाम की कोई तो गेम निकली मल्टीप्लेयर।
भाई शिफ्ट एट
मैं वो
मिडनाइट खेलो, बढ़िया गेम
कितने की
है।
है शिफ्ट एट मिडनाइट?
350 की है शायद।
क्या
कहाँ से
शॉट,
लाए ब्रो?
क्या शॉट है भाई इसमें।
This is
शिफ्ट एट मिडनाइट वो रेपो बिपो भी अच्छी है ना भाई।
हाँ रेपो है
जीटी
अच्छी है।
जीटीएफओ
भाई रेपो
रेपो।
खेलने तो ले लो, मेरे पे पड़ी है। या तो पीक खेलो भाई।
भाई पीक तो मैं लोगों को बोलते बोलते थक गया यार।
बोर होता है भाई
एक
पीक
मस्त
कितना
गेम है ना
खेलने का।
लेकिन।
भाई वही तो यार ये लोग
अरे
समझते नहीं
नहीं
है
भाई
यार, क्या
बोर
कर
होता है।
मैंने खेल ही नहीं रहा अभी तक इसलिए मेरे को मालूम नहीं।
अच्छा फिर तो भाई कांट से एनीथिंग।
भाई शिफ्ट एट मिडनाइट ले लो, रात को खेलते हैं।
ठीक है मैं ले रहा हूँ तुम सब भी लो।
पैसा नहीं है भाई।
मैं 350 नहीं तेरे पे।
नहीं रे।
350 भेज दो क्या मुंबई में।
भेज दो, ऐसा हो तो पगार पे दे दूंगा मैं।
अरे ऐसा कुछ नहीं पगार बिगार रहने दे भाई।
दिस इज वेयर मैं दो अपना वर्डिक्ट जरा अब।
इलेक्ट्रा का म्यूट डेफन मेरे साइड से।
मैं अपना दो वर्डिक्ट 1600 की स्किन तेरी। कीबोर्ड खराब हो
एक्सक्यूज
गया,
मी भाई।
क्या हो गया?
एक्सक्यूज मी भाई। प्लीज मेंटेन पब्लिक
एक्सक्यूज मी। नहीं
डिस्क्रिपेंसी।
भाई मेरा
पर
तो भाई है भाई, मेरा तो दोस्त है, इतना अच्छा दोस्त तो मुझे मिल ही नहीं सकता भाई। ओ माय गॉड।
शिफ्ट
बैंड
एट
का
मिडनाइट रीप्लेएबल है या वन टाइम प्ले?
गुड क्वेश्चन।
भाई वन टाइम प्ले होगा तो मैंने ले रहा फिर।
वही तो कह रहा था मैं।
कुछ नहीं दब रहा है,
क्योंकि
नया ले ले।
मैं का कॉमेडियन खेलती है भाई।
क्योंकि लोग मिल्क नहीं कर रहे इसीलिए एक बार वीडियो डाल के छोड़ देते हैं
है
इसलिए।
नैनो मिल्क नहीं कर रहे भाई लोग।
म्याऊं, म्याऊं। ए मेरे को शांति से स्टोरी करने दो रे।
अरे थोड़ा ब्रेक ले भाई इधर लोग आए भैंचोद बोलने के लिए और देखो इधर माँ चिल्ला
भाई
रही है
अगर
गेंशिन
मैंने
में भाई।
अगर मैं स्टोरी का ब्रेक ले लिया फिर तो जी जी अगले अगले साल खत्म होगी स्टोरी। भाई तू सोच, मेरे इस अकाउंट में इनाजुमा की स्टोरी कंप्लीट नहीं अब तक।
अरे तो क्या हुआ भाई एफएफ तो दबाना होता है बस।
हाँ 5 की वॉचिंग भाई शेर।
मैं एक काम करता हूँ भाई। कौन कौन कितने लोगों में खेलते हैं भाई शिफ्ट एट मिडनाइट।
रुक जा मेरे को देखने दे शिफ्ट और
4 लोग में शायद अपन अज्यूम करते 4 लोग में। तो फिर मैं खरीदता हूँ मैं ओम भाई को भी देता हूँ खरीद के। और मैं कृष्णा को भी देता हूँ खरीद के।
नहीं नहीं
और
कृष्णा यार ले लेंगे।
मैं
नहीं
चलती
नहीं
हूँ।
नहीं नहीं रे भाई मेरे को देना है रे कृष्णा को।
नहीं नहीं एक
हाँ,
नहीं भाई
दोस्त है
इतना
मेरा
अच्छा।
6 साल से।
मैं चलती हूँ भाई, तब से जो मेरे को रेज बेट किया जा रहा है ना यहाँ पे। मेरे को जो यहाँ पे। ठीक है भाई, ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, इट्स ओके।
कितना 1200 रुपए का तो होगा टोटल अपना तीनों का मिला
हाँ
के।
हाँ 1600 से तो कम ही है।
16 से तो कम ही है भाई।
16 से तो कम ही है।
देखते हैं भाई कोई तो क्या ही खेलने जाए भाई।
रुक
कृष्णा मेरे
जा
को आज
भाई।
बोला था वैसे कि आज रात भर वो खेलने वाला है क्योंकि उसको कल कुछ काम नहीं है
क्या खेलने
अपेरेंटली।
वाला है? चेस्ना?
नहीं रे भाई गेम अपने साथ।
अच्छा
और ये क्या ब्लैक मिथ वुकॉन्ग पे 30% डिस्काउंट।
क्या कितने की मतलब?
2520।
रुक जा। शिफ्ट एट मिडनाइट कितने की मिल रही है?
कितने दिन के लिए?
कितने दिन के लिए वो तो नहीं दिख रहा भाई।
350 की है, ले लो भाई।
मेरे को तो 399 दिख रहा है भाई। August 11 30% ऑफ कमिंग फॉर द लेटेस्ट न्यूज एंड कभी तक
शिफ्ट
आ
एट
रहे हैं भाई।
मिडनाइट एक्स फैज्मोफोबिया बंडल, फैज्मो तो है। ठीक है,
पच्चीस
डिस्काउंट पे पड़ ही
अगस्त
रहा
तक है
है।
भाई।
बढ़िया फिर ठीक है।
ले रहा है तू।
सोचूंगा, अभी तक खेली नहीं है, देख लेंगे।
ब्लैक कितना ही खेला तूने।
ना रे।
फिर ले ले भाई। तेरा पीसी लैपटॉप जो कुछ अगर हैंडल कर पाएगा तब बिंदास ले ले।
4060।
अरे तो हो जाएगा भाई।
भाई भाई
नैनो के लैपटॉप से नहीं होगा।
क्यों नहीं होगा भाई?
क्या है स्पेक्स भाई।
बताते रुक। मेरा 4060
ओ
राइजन
भाई
7।
ओ भाई।
ठीक है भाई, ठीक है ठीक है।
फिर भी है तो लैपटॉप ही ना।
वही तो ना
अरे
बहनचोद लैपटॉप को कौन फक देता है भाई।
भाई जो
मेरा
भी है वो खेलना है शिफ्ट एट मिडनाइट तो मेरे को बताना तो मैं लूँ।
ये देख भाई टॉपिक स्विच डायरेक्ट।
यस, क्योंकि तब से यही टॉपिक चल रहा था, कहाँ गई भाई तेरी
देख भाई
दोस्ती?
मेरा
6 साल
RTX
की।
3060 है। फिर
ठीक
भी
है,
मेरे में चलती है
तो
कृष्णा के
मेरे में
पास
कौन सी
40
नहीं
60
चलती?
होने के बाद भी उसके इसमें सादा बहनचोद ये नहीं तेरे पे स्पाइडरमैन 2 तू
वो
उनका स्किल इशू है।
तेरे को समझ रहा है डिफरेंस लैपटॉप और
पर
पीसी
वो
में?
है ना, बेंचमार्क देखे थे सिर्फ।
कौन?
कृष्णा भैया।
ये चूतियागिरी है भाई।
अबे ऑडिट पे वो कौन सी अच्छी है रे वेपन?
ओडेट में ठप ठप। अरे यार
ये
वो कुछ तो एक नया वेपन है भाई। कुर्की खुरकी क्या कौन सा वेपन है अपना इंडियन उसके जैसा दिखता है।
है
यार तो वो कितना अनकल्चर्ड फक है
एम्बरवेल
भाई तो।
फिनाले ऑफ द डीप। ठीक है।
हाँ वही वही एम्बरवेल।
हम्म।
वो बेस्ट
समझे।
है। या फिर नया वाला 5 स्टार तो मेरे को इतना नहीं लगता कुछ।
म्याऊ म्याऊ।
फिनाले
पॉकेट
ऑफ द
भाई है।
डीप ही
आर्लेकिनो कर
मतलब
लेते हो पुल।
देख तेरे को ये करना है ना एम्बरवेल। एम्बरवेल करना तू ये कर रही है ना। क्या बोलते हैं उसको बहनचोद।
क्या?
सुपर कंडक्ट
यस।
स्टेलर कंडक्ट कर रही है ना।
यस।
तो फिर एम्बरवेल बेटर है
यार
उसका।
मेरे को यह चाहिए बे।
अभी मैं यार उस टाइम पे ही निकाला था ना तुम्हें याद है क्या मेरी गांड फट गई थी
हाँ
भाई।
हाँ यार मैं सोच रही थी
50
वही
50
टीम
आ रहा
यूज
था।
करूँ जो अभी ट्रायल पे नहीं है।
हाँ कर सकते हैं एलियोशा है ना तेरे पे
सन
C2।
हाँ।
C2 एलियोशा डिसेंट है भाई। डिसेंट ही है लेकिन बस।
सैंड्रोने ओडेट एलियोशा और सुक्रोस।
क्या बात कर
सुक्रोज
रहे हो?
या फिर चीची।
हाँ चीची भी है।
C6 डियोना होगी तो C6 डियोना
केमिस्ट्री
भी
इससे
अच्छी है।
ज्यादा सिंप्लीफाई
क्या
सिंप्लीफाई।
क्या?
भाई
अरे
गेंशिन
इससे
खेलने
भाई
के
ज्यादा
लिए नर्ड
सिंप्लीफाई।
बनना पड़ता है ओ
सच है
भाई।
भाई बहुत नर्ड बनना
नर्ड
पड़ता है
बनना
भाई।
पड़ता है।
मिन
लड़की का
मैक्स
मोटिवेशन चाहिए होता है तभी आ सकता है भाई वो।
नहीं भाई
मिन
जिरेया से
मिन
पूछो।
मैक्सिंग करती पड़ती है भाई। सच में।
जिरेया एक बार खोल के अल्पाइन की चैट दिखा।
अरे यार भाई
अरे
देखो नहीं समझेगा
यार।
ओम भाई। इसमें जितना ग्राइंड गेंशिन में उतना कोई गेम में नहीं है ऐसा मेरे को लगता है भाई।
यस।
ऑनेस्टली।
आई एग्री भाई।
We once peered into the
मेरे
past
को
from
कैसे
the
नहीं
ways of
समझेगा
the
भाई।
shadows.
बहुत
This is
गांड
what
फटती है
remains
भाई
of
एक
the
एक
golden city.
आर्टिफैक्ट भी मिलने के लिए भाई गांड फटती है भाई।
मैंने खेलने की कोशिश की है भाई, चिंता ना करे।
अच्छा
कोऑप
हुआ
खुला है
छोड़
भाई
दिया भाई।
इसका।
अच्छा हुआ भाई छोड़ दिया।
एक सेकंड ये क्या नए कपड़े ट्रैवलर के?
हाँ तेरे को मालूम नहीं क्या?
नहीं।
तू अनकल्चर्ड फक है भाई तू एकदम मैनो।
अबे नहीं ये वाले जो है ये। हाँ।
Now go.
हाँ
कुछ
Arm
नहीं।
yourselves with weapons of
हाँ
the spirit.
हाँ।
In the
हाँ।
shadow realm, where humans
मस्त है नया
dwell
वाला मेरे
south
को
the
आउटफिट
elements,
पसंद आया भाई।
हाँ।
there once was
लड़के का
कौन
land
पहना
बेटर
है?
है
with
ऑब्वियसली
much
लड़की से।
research and many
यस।
attempts.
ओजी ओजी
Found
ट्रैवलर
recently the
अपना।
most effective means of it. Let's go. We don't
मेरा
have
तो
to
मेल
stay
ट्रैवलर ही है।
मेल मेल ट्रैवलर
मेल।
क्या रहता है भाई?
मेल ट्रैवलर भाई।
अच्छा मेरा भी मेल है भाई।
अबे भाई सीधा चल ले।
When you encounter small obstacles, you can simply clamber over them.
शूटिंग करनी हो
You
गया
can slide
भाई।
to navigate through low, narrow tunnels. Obstruction ahead. You may be able to use the explosives nearby. Shoot the Since elemental energy is unavailable in the Shadow Realm, ammunition is an
गॉड डैम
important
भाई।
resource. For long-range targets, try using the scope to line up
खुद
your
को ही
shots.
डैमेज कर रही हो भाई मैं। प्रोफेशनल।
नो यू आर द
Many
क्या बोलते
allied
हैं
units approaching.
प्रोएस्ट गेंशिन
I
एथलीट दैट
suggest
आई नो
moving
ऑफ।
warily.
लाइट करके दिखाओ क्या?
लाइट करके दिखा दे भाई एक बार।
We are under heavy fire. I suggest taking cover to avoid enemy attacks, then waiting for a suitable moment to counterattack.
मर्डर मिस्ट्री सॉल्व कर रहा हूँ भाई इंशॉट में इधर बैठ के।
इट्स ओके जरा सब ठीक हो जाएगा।
तेरे पे आएगा टर्न रुक ना तू।
More enemies detected. Try attacking with the newly unlocked assault function.
अब ये क्या है? ठीक है।
Light him up.
Taking cover. Where's the back?
Yo.
Oh. अरे यार ये
एक हीरो। लाइज ऑफ पी खेली है क्या तुमने ओम भाई?
हाँ हाँ
की
मतलब
कंप्लीट?
पूरी नहीं, बीच में छोड़नी पड़ी।
अच्छा
और अभी तक कंप्लीट।
कोई ना भाई, मेरा अकाउंट ले लो चाहिए तो। ये
बहुत
देख,
कुछ मिलना वाला है।
ये नूब देखो है इंचोद।
तू भी गिरा था एक बार, चुप हो जा।
मैं कैसे गिरा था, उसका कॉन्टेक्स्ट अलग था भाई।
गिरा था भाई तू बस।
तू जैसे गिरी ना भाई। छोड़ो अभी। फोर्टनाइट।
Time to catch my breath.
क्या?
Aim at the freeze mark and pull the trigger to move using the rope.
हाँ? क्या? कंफ्यूज क्यों रहती हूँ भाई मैं?
Time to catch my breath. Nice.
Some supply points can restore a small amount of stamina. Press on.
लो।
हेलो
Nice.
बूबी ट्रैप।
It fall back. Over.
Back in business.
मैंने अपने वैलोडेस का फुल ये कर रही एक्सपीरियंस यूज करते हुए।
ओए क्रिस्टल।
You should be able to use the prime
क्रिस्टल से आ रहा है, कृष्णा किधर है भाई?
to cover long distances.
हेलो,
बोलिए।
कृष्णा किधर है भाई?
होंगे काम वाम पे गए रहेंगे, वरना वो इधर ही घूमते रहते हैं।
इधर ही घूमते रहते हैं मतलब?
मतलब ऐसा वीसी
ओए
पे
इधर
अकेले
कैसे
बैठे
जाना
रहेंगे।
है?
अच्छा मेरे को लगा गाँव व्यू में इधर उधर। एडम टीजिंग।
ओए
हाँ
इधर कैसे जाने का?
अरे जाना, उसके पास जाके एंटर दबा भाई।
अच्छा
जाना अभी सामने, शूट मारना लेफ्ट क्लिक से।
क्रेजी भाई, पहली बार इतने डेडिकेशन से कोई टेंशन की स्टोरी कर रही हूँ, कोलंबिना वाला छोड़ के।
वो मस्त था भाई, मून वाला ही ना।
हाँ
I
वो
recommend
मस्त था।
using this grappling gun. Such devices were originally used to secure structures in the Shadow Realm. If you detach the connected hook, the grappling gun will automatically fire a rope to another nearby.
Okay. So, we...
हाँ क्या?
Light him up.
क्या? अबे
catch my breath. Time to catch my breath.
अबे ये क्या था? जरा
क्या
ये
ये क्या था मतलब?
ये
मतलब क्या मतलब?
ये क्या है?
क्या होगा कुछ तो भाई। एफ क्या है वो अंदर? लेफ्ट क्लिक करके देखना। क्या मालूम मेरा शेजर ग्लीमर कुछ तो होगा या फिर
वे किधर है? कहीं से तो पड़ रही है।
Time to catch my breath.
यार किधर लटक गया माँ की शूट में भाई। कितनी बड़ी स्टोरी क्वेस्ट क्यों है ये? इन्होंने 7.1 और 7.2 साथ में कैसे डाला? लेकिन इस बार भी 10 पार्ट की स्टोरी बनाने वाले हैं क्या?
क्या मालूम।
Sprint at the prime ice launcher to reach high places with ease.
0.7 यूज करता था मैं।
हाँ।
क्या?
पेन पेंसिल।
बढ़िया।
वाह यार, that's extremely useful information.
0.5 बहुत पतली थी भाई।
ट्रू भाई। 6.2 यूज किए क्या भाई कभी?
Usable munitions detected. Frag crystal.
अब ये क्या है? ठीक है।
Time to catch my breath.
ये सब भी होता है इसमें भी डाउनलोड करता है। लमाओ। पता नहीं भाई गेंशिन वाले क्या ही कर रहे हैं। शेज़नाया ठीक है, अंडरस्टैंडेबल शेज़नाया है बट
हमारे बॉय। अरे क्रिस्टियानो के हो गई भाई शादी लग रहा है आज।
रोनाल्डो।
It's like they're trying to keep us trapped.
एंगेजमेंट।
That platform
एंगेजमेंट?
carries
शादी
our
होने वाली
ship
थी ना
into
भाई।
a
एंगेजमेंट तो
bonded
कब की हो गई?
fertility. Guess we gotta storm through.
हाँ तो हो गई है फिर। क्योंकि मुझे भी कुछ पोस्ट आया।
मेरे को तो उसका ही पोस्ट आया भाई। क्रिस्टियानो रोनाल्डो।
Back in business.
Meow
Nice.
meow. अरे मार किधर से रहा है?
You may find switching to assault mode makes your attacks more effective.
ठीक है। कुछ तो है भाई।
इंटरेस्टिंग तो लग रहा है भाई मेरे को भी इस बार स्टोरी जरा।
है भाई।
ये तो क्या तू तो फोर्टनाइट ही खेल रही है भाई अभी तक।
ए, मजा आ रहा है भाई।
Time to catch my breath. Time to catch my breath.
बॉस कीबोर्ड ठीक है भाई। म्याऊ म्याऊ। यही सवारूंगी भाई।
Time to catch my breath.
पास ही जाना पड़ेगा।
Need a refill.
We're almost there! Huh? Why is everything shaking so much?
Looks like the Shadow Realm is about to sink back down into the depths.
The exit is right here.
You mean this weird...
No time to think. We just gotta go for it. Looks like I was right.
हैं? कुछ तो हुआ। ट्रेन स्टेशन पहुंच गया।
I can't believe the Shadow Realm manifested right on the railroad tracks. Lucky we made it out. All thanks to you and that awesome gun.
Ah, so you have heard of the Golden...
Yeah, he came up a whole bunch in Nakurai. You're a pretty neat surprise in that sense, aren't you, Goggles? We had no idea they left cool gadgets like you behind.
Make no mistake, it was a team effort. For a first-time firearm user, Your performance, as Alosha said, it is highly unusual for the Shadow Realm to manifest in a place like this.
बे
Let's hope not. If anything else goes wrong with this trip, Paimon's gonna have train trauma.
The Shadow
Brain
Realm
trauma.
can appear anywhere, not just on the railroad. I am simply advising that now, if you wish to further calibrate and upgrade your firearm, please take a moment to catch your
डैम
breath
भाई
while I repair the body of the train.
वैलेरी का थोड़ा शोकेस दिखा रहे भाई हमको।
एक सेकंड मुझे मेरे वेट वेट वेट
क्या वेट?
दिखाइयो।
अरे ऐसे नहीं दिखा रहे बे, ये दिख रहा है क्या? देखो
दो
इतने
दबा
अटैक, वही तो रुकना। शील्ड यूजर है भाई, देखा ना तूने? शील्ड से डैश मारा उसने, ये देख। दिख रहा है?
ओए नाइस रे।
टैंक बिंक ला रहे क्या भाई गेम
देखते
में
हैं
भाई?
भाई, देख मैं सोच रही हूँ, देख मेरे को अभी तो जब तक ओडेट नहीं मिलते तब तक जितने पुल मिलते ओडेट पे डालना है। उसके बाद मैं सोच रही हूँ फ्लिंस का कॉन्स्टेलेशन उठाओ या रहने दो।
फ्लिंस का वेपन है क्या तेरे पास?
नहीं
अरे
यार
तो
देख
गांडू,
फ्लिंस के
जा
वेपन
एक
से।
बार, सुन सुन, एक बार
हाँ
इंटरनेट पे जा और देख कौन सा बेटर है, C1 या वेपन, उसके बाद डिसाइड कर।
ठीक है, या सीधा सेव ही करो भाई, सीधा सरित्सा।
मैं तो वही सोच रहा जा रहा था, लेकिन भाई मेरे पास कोई अभी मेटा टीम नहीं है, इसलिए मेरे को
कर ले
तो
भाई,
थोड़ा
फ्लिंस से नफा
इन्वेस्ट,
कर ले।
मेरे को चाहिए रे, एक लूनर टीम चाहिए भाई।
तेरे पे कोलंबिना कर ही दी थी पुल मैंने।
वही तो ना, कोलंबिना ही तो की बस तूने।
मैं फ्लिंस के टाइम अपने अकाउंट में बिजी हो गई थी ना।
ठीक है भाई, अभी समझ गया नहीं क्या। ये पहला रीरन है क्या दूसरा रीरन है फ्लिंस का?
दूसरा।
ये मतलब तो जल्दी आएगा भी नहीं इसके बाद यार।
यस।
यार इतने पुल होंगे क्या मेरे पास भाई? 20-30 हज़ार प्राइम लगेंगे मेरे को, इतने तो नहीं होंगे यार।
लगाओ पैसे मत भाई,
ऐसा मत बोल भाई, बहुत पैसे लग जाएंगे।
मत कर भाई, मत कर।
वर्थ इट नहीं है भाई।
So quiet here for a train station. Not a person in sight. Just abandoned house. Huh? So much for repair.
My plan was to restore
What
the train
the
to its
fuck,
original
bro?
appearance per my records as quickly as possible.
You won't imagine what I'm seeing right now, bro.
And a significantly improved
लिल ब्रो,
दिखा।
readiness level.
नहीं नहीं मैं दिखाऊंगा नहीं, देखो बहुत बड़ा स्पॉइलर है भाई।
यस।
तू देख भाई।
मैं जो कर रही हूँ वहां से तो कितना दूर है अभी?
तू
शाउट आउट।
तू भाई,
माय
ओ
गॉड।
फक भाई, तू रुक
बोलना भाई,
जरा भाई।
कितना
क्या?
दूर है तू?
रुक देखने दे तेरी स्ट्रीम।
मैं इधर हूँ अभी।
अरे बहुत दूर हूँ भाई, मैं एक्ट 2 खेल रहा हूँ भाई, तेरा एक्ट
तो
1
एक्ट
नहीं
2 पे
कंप्लीट
पहुंच
हुआ
गया?
अभी तक। हाँ
जी जी।
According to my calculations,
अरे यार बहुत क्रेजी हो गया भाई ये तो।
अरे ठीक है।
I'm sure I've heard of that in a story somewhere.
थैंक यू, सी यू।
What an incredible little gadget you are.
बस अभी ये ट्रेन को क्या हो रहा है? ठीक है, ठीक है, अरे ठीक है। अंडरस्टैंडेबल। ओए अब मैं साइन लगा सकती हूँ।
अरे वाह, क्या लगेगा अभी तुम?
वेट वेट।
साइन का खोल तो भाई, 333 दबा के।
ये था क्या?
नहीं, सबसे एंड में।
देख। हैप्पी शिवरात्रि। वेट वेट। एनिमो इज वेरी यूजफुल। एनिमो स्नोबॉल लॉन्चर। Animo snowball launcher is very useful. But तो पहले तो इधर consume dishes. But lucky.
You probably didn't expect there would be नीचे नीचे. Uh, random
Animo
shit.
snowball launcher is very useful, but you probably did not expect there would be power.
Crazy भाई.
Yeah, भाई.
It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is free.
वे क्या हो गया? फिर प्लेस कैसे क्यों नहीं हो रहा है ये? जरा
क्या बोलना?
ये प्लेस क्यों नहीं हो रहा?
कंफर्म बिल्ड करना भाई.
नहीं
लेफ्ट
हो रहा
क्लिक.
ना?
क्यों? इनसफिशिएंट क्या? अरे वो ये करना भाई, तू पहले वो 0% है ना, तो तेरा बार नीचे का मर जाएगी. तू पहले जा वो टेलीपोर्ट पे. तेरा एनर्जी गेम अप कर भाई. वो लैंप के पास जा, लैंप के पास अप कर प्लीज. क्रेजी भाई.
इसका क्या करूं मैं? क्लेम
क्या
रिवॉर्ड्स.
क्या? ये मेरे को समझा नहीं हुआ. ये इतना ब्रांचिंग क्यों है ये सब?
मालूम नहीं भाई.
मेरे को
कुछ
ये
तो
नहीं
है.
समझ रहा ये कंपास किसमें किधर है इसमें का.
आकाजा.
You don't believe me? Bring me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two.
आकाजा.
एयर
हैं?
अकासा है.
अबे वो ठीक है भाई. जरा तूने डीमन स्लेयर देखी है?
देखिए ना भाई.
फिर तो आप पता होगा तेरे को कौन. एक सेकंड. ये लो भाई जरा का मिल गया.
क्या सच में? देखा? लाइक मार भाई. 9 लाइक आ गई भाई. भाई
ये ले
व्हाट द
भाई.
फक. सो इट वाज डेंडर फोटो टेकिंग पॉइंट. बाय द वे इट्स टाइम टू कंज्यूम. तेरा भी डाल दे मेरे बाजू में भाई.
डाल दिया भाई.
क्रेजी. 10
क्या?
लाइक भाई. और क्या चाहिए भाई?
रुक रुक. अबे ये दिखता नहीं अच्छी
ठीक.
भाई.
इट वाज डेंडर फोटो टेकिंग पॉइंट.
ओम भाई ये पढ़ो और डिकोड करने की कोशिश करो.
डिकोड करो भाई तुम. ओम भाई.
क्या?
ये जो लिखा है ऊपर.
कहाँ लिखा है?
ये देखना भाई.
कहाँ पे है?
अरे
स्ट्रीम पे
मेरी
उसके.
स्ट्रीम.
ऐसा बोलो ना. हाँ कहाँ किधर है? क्या वाला? कौन सा वाला? दोनों में से?
दोनों दोनों.
दोनों.
Enable snowball launcher is very useful, but you probably didn't expect. क्या है? There would be a powerful consume dishes. So it was Dendro photo taking photo. By the way, it's time for Dendro consume dishes. अरे
डिकोड करो भाई.
क्या डिकोड?
ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट इन्फो है ब्रो.
उनके खुद के क्या बोलते हैं टाइटल में वो लोग सरकाज़म डाल रहे हैं अभी।
हैं?
किनके?
You didn't expect it.
You didn't expected?
हाँ उसमें लिखा है ना।
किधर भाई?
किधर?
उसमें था, देखो जाके।
अच्छा,
भाई देखो
did not
हाँ।
expect। अब तो मैंने लिखा है ना पर।
अच्छा, but you probably didn't expect there would be powerful consumed dishes. अरे ये अलग अलग लोगों ने लिखा है भाई।
अच्छा फिर ठीक है।
हाँ,
अरे
उनका कोई
हाँ वो लिख
कोरिलेशन नहीं है।
हाँ बराबर कमेंट लिख सकते हैं, याद है मुझे।
हाँ, सर्वर वाइड हो गया है ये।
अरे तूने तो उस टाइम पे खेला था ना, लेफ्ट एंड राइट के टाइम पे। ओ
पता नहीं, पर उसमें गाली वाली देते थे लोग कि ये क्या बना दिया इन लोगों ने, ऐसा करते थे।
क्या है?
बराबर तो है भाई, रैंडम
किधर
एस फक
जाना है?
शिट कुछ भी।
कमेंट करता ना कोई भी बिल्डिंग पे या फिर कोई भी
अरे
स्टैचू पे।
वो तो एल्डन रिंग में होता है भाई।
हाँ सॉरी भाई।
सेकिरो, एल्डन रिंग।
रग रग में बसा हुआ है, क्या करूँ मैं।
यस, ट्रू दैट।
मैं ट्रेन बोर्ड करने की जगह मैं क्या कर रही हूँ? तो पूरा खत्म करेगा जरा?
और क्या भाई, क्या ही करो फिर। ये क्या क्वेश्चन है मतलब।
यू आर अ गुड क्वेश्चन। बेचारी पायमोन। सैंड्रो ने बैठ गई ट्रेन में।
They really had to build the railroad over a canyon, huh?
You might want to avoid looking down if you're afraid of heights.
No, it's not that. Paimon's just praying that we don't have yet another accident. That mountain is breathtaking. Reminds Paimon of Dragonspine.
ड्रैगन्स
सर
फाइन।
भाई
They say this mountain's the domain of a Snegovic lord. A lot of the Snegovic retreated there to live in seclusion, so it's a pretty mysterious place. You hear all kinds of stories. Even the residents of the nearby town of Svietlolaidovka steer clear of the summit, and they make a living off of harvesting prime ice. Look, Snezhnagrad's just up ahead.
शेज़नोग्राड पहुंचते हुए। बढ़िया जगह है भाई ये तो।
ट्रेन स्टेशन उधर भी है, मेरे साइन
Here we
दिखेगी
are.
देखो शायद, देख।
Welcome to Snezhnegrad train station, the biggest transport hub in the nation.
Wow! It's so majestic!
It's built for maximum efficiency. But yes, in the future, you can use this train station to travel anywhere you want in Snezhnaya. This way. There's a lift car that goes straight to Sapoliar.
पहले देख भाई मेरे साइन दिख रहे हैं क्या कहीं पे देखो।
पहले मैं अपना लगा।
टेलीपोर्ट किधर लगा दे भाई।
किधर है तेरा साइन?
देखना भाई आते रे बतेरे किधर तो होगा। उधर लेफ्ट में देख लेफ्ट में। अबे लेफ्ट में भाई मतलब सामने दे रहे हैं हाँ।
नहीं है।
साइन नहीं दिखे साइन ही नहीं है क्या भयान चोट भाई।
तेरे को चेस्ट नहीं है?
होगी भाई ऑब्वियसली।
तेरे को मिली?
नहीं यार मैं पहले स्टोरी पे फोकस करता हूँ फिर एक्सप्लोर करता हूँ।
बढ़िया।
Fortnite.
बढ़िया।
Those would be Volkudlak and Domovoy. You'll also see the winged Vila and the snowborn Snegovic amongst others.
No wonder. We've heard that Snezhnaya used to be the realm of the Fae. Paimon can really see it now.
मतलब एक सेकंड।
Time for more.
To the left is the market of Zolny. They sell everything there. You can often find some nifty little trinkets. To the right, you'll see the Corellia's.
इधर तो होना चाहिए भाई मेरा पक्का एक व्यू पॉइंट के पास।
फ्लिंट शेज़नाया से है वो?
प्लिंस
हाँ।
शेज़नाया से क्या?
यस। हाँ।
वो क्या वाटर इम्प थोड़ी है।
फे है ना वो?
हैं?
नाइस
सब पे
वन।
स्नेज़नाया से रहते हैं क्या?
नहीं बट फ्लिंट शेज़नाया से है। वो रहता नॉर्थ में, काम वाम भी नॉर्थ में करता है, बट वो है
गांड पड़ गई
ओरिजिनली
क्या उसके
शेज़नाया से।
स्नेज़नाया में?
क्या मालूम भाई। ले भाई एक रख ले तू। नहीं नहीं भाई। लुक अप।
उधर ये ना क्या नाम बोलते हैं उसको?
क्रायोकुलस।
यस क्रायोकुलस।
क्रायोकुलस।
क्रायोकुलस पहले मिथ लगता था भाई जब शुरुआत में शुरू की थी गेम।
हाँ।
यस भाई।
I found it pretty stunning when I first came here too.
कुछ भी नहीं था भाई ओम भाई ये सब पहले।
Stunningly beautiful means stunningly
बहुत
expensive.
प्रोग्रेस हो गया है भाई गेम में।
सिर्फ मॉन्स्टर हुआ करता था एक टाइम पे।
हाँ ना भाई। अब तो बहनचोद 10 गुना 10-20 गुना मैप हो गया है बड़ा।
So you can get settled in while I fetch the doctor. Yeah, I mean, there are places to stay in Zolny, but most of the stoves are out of crystal, the windows are drafty, and at night, four-legged roommates come out to play, sharpening.
Yep, no way. Not a chance Paimon's staying anywhere like that. Fine then. It's your treat. Paimon will... don't worry. You'll get some...
I'm glad to see you've perked up. If you find yourselves in the mood for some sightseeing later, there's a few... This way leads to Zapoliarny Palace, which serves as the Tsaritsa's audience chamber. The adjacent block is kind of a city in its own right. That's Glupov, the headquarters of the Fatui. Inside, there's a munitions factory known as the Armory Palace, producing a constant supply of all kinds of equipment for the Fatui. And over there is the Snezhnaya Vecha, where all the big shots meet regularly to make These places are best admired from a distance. I'm sure I don't need to explain why.
Yeah, they probably have super strict security.
The downtown area is near the center of Zapoliarny. That's where you'll find the restaurants, bookstores, and another place of interest is the Northland Bank.
Downtown में चुद गई माँ।
And I'm sure you'll get in contact with the Adventurers Guild at some point, right?
Ooh, speaking of adventuring, we use alchemy quite a lot.
No one practices alchemy at Snezhnagrad, I'm afraid. Apparently there's some...
Oh, we'll just have to use the one on the train then. Kinda
Yeah, I don't know. Not my area of expertise. Still, I would... Anyway... Finally, there's Zolny in that direction. It's mostly residential buildings and factories, but there's a few shops too. Worth a look. That's about it. You guys go ahead.
Sounds good. Thanks for all the recommendations.
Podvorye restaurant is right this way.
Dasha Besosk.
Welcome to the Adventurers Guild, my lady. Thank you for complete. Welcome to the
Good luck.
Welcome to the Adventurers.
इधर कुछ तो है। ये ले भाई, मिल गया तेरा डेंड्रो। Jraya? Jraya.
Looks like you get what you pay for, huh? Paimon likes this room a lot. Yeah, much better now that we're out of the cold. Oh, thanks for taking some. If this were anywhere else, we'd be out investigating and adventuring, but you're right. No need to push A lot happened on our way into the city. Let's review what we've learned so far. Obviously, the million more question is, what is this Aritsa? Sure was. And so far, we've learned that in addition to the 7 Gnosis, her plan also requires a ton, but we won't get to see her anytime soon. Alosha said that she went east to fight that big It must be a pretty powerful one if it can blanket the whole of Snezhnaya in a snowstorm to be honest, what we're really lacking right now is information. The kind of information that only the higher-ups in the government would know. Not Paimon can't think of a few people who might be able to help us. But... right. And when we left Nagrai, Sandrone specifically left a so... it's unlikely they'd tell us anything confidential about the Tsaritsas. Yeah, fair point. Besides, that Glupov place is right nearby. We've got nothing to lose, so... there's gotta be someone there willing to talk to us, right? Maybe Arlecchino or Sandrone? But... it's unlikely we could sweet-talk Arlecchino. Let alone Sandrone. She basically told us to stay... yeah, the last time was all the way back in Fontaine, right? Too bad we missed him in Nagrai.
Hello. Is there a traveler in Paimon in there?
That's Alosha!
Hello, I'm Dr. Luneva. Alosha mentioned that one of you is feeling a little under the weather. I see. So you're my patient today, yes? And you're Faye, I presume?
Good question. Paimon's not too sure either, but she's definitely not the same.
Not exactly. It's just, I'm used to treating human patients. But don't worry, I do have some experience treating Faye. I've even diagnosed plenty of cats and dogs.
It'll be fine. Paimon's, right? We're no different when it comes down to it, are we? That's just because Paimon knows how to eat.
Now, please Okay, vital signs are good. Test results are all within normal ranges. I don't think it's anything. I can give you some medicine to tide you over. But as long as you rest properly for the next couple of days, you should feel better. If you find yourself with a persistent low-grade fever, or if your symptoms don't improve...
Sounds like there's no cause for alarm.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're very welcome. Just doing my job. I'll leave you in peace.
Take care. You heard the doctor. Best you rest up here for a couple days. No sightseeing for the time being.
All right, then. Guess we've got no choice.
I have to get back to it. If you need anything else from the doctor or me, go to the Hunter Trade Station in Zolny. The boss there knows how to reach me. Hey, no big deal. You saved my life in the Shadow Realm.
All right, time to find Child and see what he can tell me.
जरा तो है।
Pick up the pace.
Hold on. Please display your invitation letter or permit. Glupov does not accept meeting requests without a prior appointment. You'll have to apply per the advertised booking process. And might I ask who you're hoping to visit? Another one who thinks the rules don't apply to them. I don't understand why people think, but I have to go through the motions for protocol's sake. Wait a moment. I'll pass on your message. If Lord Child is a busy man. He's probably not in Glupov at present. If I were you, I'd cut your losses. Even if you two are old friends as you claim, Please understand that the Fatui Harbinger. Next time, stick to the rules.
क्या
It'll
चल
make
रहा
life
होंदा
easier
सी?
for both of us.
कहाँ था भाई? तो मेरे को तेरे 2 साइन दिखे एक और बार।
अरे भाई मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ भाई, कितने लाइक थे भाई?
5।
छी भाई,
Greetings, Lady Marionette.
फेमस करना है भाई
Take
मेरे
care
को,
of our
साइन अभी
guest
रुक
here.
तू।
It's his first time in Snezhnaya,
समझेगा
so
देखो।
it's no surprise that he doesn't know the rules yet.
अरे माँ
I
का
trust
भोसड़ा
no
भाई।
choice words have been exchanged. No misunderstandings I should be aware of.
No, Lady Marionette. No incidents to report. Whew, that was a close call. Good thing I.
Is that right? Good to know. Under the weather? That's I take it she's still adapting to the climate. Happens to a lot of people. It's even colder here than in Nodcry. Has she seen a doctor? I can get you one. All right then. Well, let me know if
क्या
you
माँ
run into
चूदी की
any
बहनचोद क्वेस्ट है भाई ये।
क्या हो गया?
Why else? I was just about to sit down
थोड़ी
for some much-needed tea time when I
बात
heard
में
that an
जरा
old friend of Tartaglia's had shown up
अभी थोड़ी
outside.
चूतिया लग रही है भाई
No
मेरे को।
appointment. Nothing. And, as obnoxious as it may be to show up uninvited at Glupov, I couldn't help but take pity on the poor soul who was waiting outside in vain. So I had no choice but to abandon my friend. Well, I felt our time working together in Nodcry warranted some courtesy. I couldn't exactly let you freeze to death out here in the wind. Unfortunately, I can't invite you inside either. The rules of Glupov wouldn't allow it. On the plus side, Snezhnograd actually has some class. Unlike Nasha Town. Torchlight Books has a very nice selection of teas and cakes, so we can catch up there. Your treat, of course. Because I already wasted one perfectly good cup of tea today.
क्या भूत भूत जैसा करके रखा है भाई सब।
कैसी सी है भाई ये?
कौन भाई?
सैंड्रो ने। अजीब सी है भाई।
टॉर्च लाइट बुक्स?
ड्रैगन स्पाइन ही घूम के आती हूँ भाई मैं। ये देख जरा।
क्या? अरे भाई भाई भाई, ये तो क्रेजी हो गया भाई।
एक सेकेंड, ये वाला टीपी अंडरग्राउंड है।
अंडरग्राउंड।
कहीं तो है भाई, पर यहाँ नहीं है।
I like the ring of it.
I've ordered for the both of us. No objections, I assume. I'm sure you trust my taste. Okay, let's get down to business. I'm guessing you don't actually have any urgent business with Tartaglia, per se. You just want information, right? Wanna take a guess? Of course you'd say that. You shouldn't underestimate Counselor Tart. That's right. I'm sure you've heard of the Snezhnograd Vecha by now. Well, he's busy preparing some paper. They'll be discussing yet another extension to Project Stuzha. It's basically all anyone cares about in
क्या ही
Vecha
चालू है
these
भाई ये,
days.
क्या ही चालू है।
Yeah, he's more of the shoot first, ask questions later sort. It all started with a very detailed letter that Capitano left for the jester, Piero, before leaving for Natlan. In that letter, he detailed the future arrangements for his subordinates. All of his key people were reassigned to Tartag. I guess he'd already prepared to leave us for good all the way back then. But Piero didn't reveal the contents of the letter until the events in Natlan had concluded. That was his reaction, too. Why me? With a bewildered look on his face. He'd always assumed Capitano looked down on him. He was a man who kept his thoughts to himself and barely spoke to him, but he occasionally brought Tartaglia along to my tea parties back in the day. So to the rest of us, it was clear that Capitano had quite a lot of respect for his young comrade. By the rest of us, I mean my tea party regulars. Arlecchino, Rosaline, and... actually, not Columbina. She was probably oblivious to it. Anyway, then the Liu situation happened. Normally, it took a lot to get under Capitano's skin, but that time he was furious. It's not really my place to talk about it, though. You can ask. Basically, Tartaglia probably had the wrong idea about Capitano all along. Right up until Capitano believed that despite Tartaglia's immaturity, he showed great potential. Yeah, it's one of the few things that I'd agree those two have in common. But there's one other he knew that after he was gone, several of the others would swoop in on his army, with the ones who stood to benefit the most being the Rooster, Pulcinella, and Regrator, Pantalone. Once they divided Capitano's troops between them, they'd be more powerful than ever. No one would be able to. So, you can see why Capitano chose to hand that letter to Piero, right? Exactly. Piero also needed to back a Harbinger as soon as possible. And, all things considered, Tartaglia was... Even though Tartaglia has had the support of Northland Bank for a long time, he and Pantalone are ultimately not cut from the same cloth. I'd say Capitano made a good judgment call. Anyone else caught in this situation would his best course of action will be to distance himself from any shady business, while still maintaining friendly relations with Pantalone, but seeking Pulcinella's support at the... What's the point in having a tea party if you don't spill a little tea? Besides, none of this is confidential anyway. Ask any journalist out there. They'll give you... You'll see it firsthand if you ever sit in on a session of the Snezhnaya Vecha. All the factional strife, whether open or unspoken, it plays out for all to see in that one little room. Having a voice in the Vecha is the only way to steer policies in your favor. So, every person in that room represents a particular interest group. Pantalone, for instance, represents the financial sector, and Tartaglia represents the Fatui soldiers. Personally, I have no interest in political jousting, but since I have a number of engineers and researchers under my command... Then there's Pulcinella, the linchpin of the Vecha. He represents politics itself. Everything involves him, so nothing can bypass him. Any issue that comes up, he knows how to mediate. That's what the Tsaritsa...
I'm starting to see why everyone is so frustrated with the way things are. But also a complex web of interests connects all parties involved. And the Tsaritsa sitting at the top adds another layer of complex...
All right, I'm done carrying this conversation. You must have known that you can get the info you needed from me. So why was Tartaglia the first person you asked to see and not me? I just don't understand, that's all. Wait. Oh, I think I know what it is. I only meant you should be mindful of which side you're on. Is that actually why you didn't ask for me? Because you took that to heart? Fair enough. It's not your fault. I blame all these politicians I've been hanging around with lately. Always beating about the bush when they talk. I guess... Anyway, just ask for my help next time, okay? Little things like this are no...
Lady Marionette.
What now? Can't you see I'm on my break? Whatever it is, just leave it on my desk. I'll look at it later.
Sorry to disturb you during your break, ma'am, but I'm afraid it's an emergency.
Isn't it always? I've told you before, fixing the tracks and transporting ice blocks does not constitute an emergency.
The equipment in Svietlolaidovka is in urgent need of maintenance. With how the weather's been recently, we suspect that the cause is a buildup of snow, exceeding the maximum weight limit. The supports on one of the machines broke and fell, awakening a dormant beast and leaving many of the ice miners trapped in a nearby ice cave.
भाई ये वाला चैप्टर और कितना बचा है यहाँ से जरे?
इधर से है भाई, थोड़ा बहुत ही है.
Luckily, Odette's team was nearby and launched a rescue operation, but we're still facing a severe manpower shortage for both the rescue and engineering teams.
I guess that's it then. Our tea party will have to end here. I'm the only engineer you'll need. Do you actually want to come with, or are you just saying that? Nice of you to return the favor. I'll have a couple of people look after Paimon. They can let her know that you had to step out for a while. Given how urgent this is, I'm sure she'll understand. And honestly, I'd rather have your help than anyone else's. Between your skills, then let's go. You, take 2 people to Pavoyer restaurant. Find his room and watch it like a hawk until we get back. If anything happens to Paimon...
Yes, Lady Marionette.
Excellent Mora nearby.
They weren't exaggerating. This is really dangerous. It's a good thing only one of them broke. From what I've been told, most of the trapped miners are over in that direction. Yeah, you do that while I check the rest of the equipment. I'll evacuate the people. Meet me back here as soon as you're done.
I have to be getting close.
Don't go any further. It's too dangerous here. There's a highly aggressive monster on the prowl. You need to leave, now. Ah, I see. You're the backup from Snezhnagrad. Well...
So this is Odette. She was the first member of the
There are 5 people trapped in the cave. Monster type is unknown, and so is its... Let's go. Every second counts. Careful. Something's moving. This must be the monster's shadow. Looks like a tough opponent. Adagio. I see them. They're right behind the monster. The monster seems very agitated. It could attack at any moment. Let's make the first move. Potted death.
Following thunder!
क्रेजी भाई क्रेजी
क्या हो गया?
मस्त मेरे को बोरिंग लगा लेकिन अभी समझा मेरे को क्रेजी स्टोरी है भाई
Witness the snow swan's grace. Let's begin. Pirouette.
Thank you for saving us. We'd have been monster fodder otherwise.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You should be safe now. Follow this route out. He and I will stay behind to watch the rear.
Thank you. Come on.
फक ब्रो क्या इंट्रो दिया है भाई पूरा एक्ट ही इन्होंने इस इंट्रो के लिए रखा है भाई इंट्रो
Search the area.
इसका इंट्रो
Pretty sure the monster made a tactical
समझेगा ना
retreat.
भाई देखो तू करना भाई स्टोरी कंप्लीट
Yeah, but with us here, it won't be coming back anytime soon. It may be small, but don't be fooled. It's a ferocious beast. People are just food in its eyes. It's lucky we got here when we did. The trapped miners have been successfully evacuated.
Wait, this place. There's.
कुछ तो क्रेजी चल रहा है। वो तलवार मिल गई भाई। नाइस।
What is that?
I don't know. It's back?
Guess it has family. This way. Run!
भाई इसके जूते भी मस्त है भाई उड़ट के।
उसका वही रे आगे के साइड के बाल छोड़ के सभी मस्त लगा मेरे को
डैम भाई नाइस।
Thanks. Let's get out of here.
क्रेजी भाई।
Everyone's accounted for. We managed to rescue them all. We also placed a sign at the entrance. You really held your own today. Don't think I've seen you before. All right then. Hello, Lady Marionette.
I hear the rescue operation was a great success. What brings you here, Odette?
No, a Fatui mission. I happened to be nearby and heard the crash. She hasn't introduced herself then. Odette is the prima ballerina of Snezhnograd. She's quite the celebrity. If you ever hear people mention the two crowning jewels of the Korolievsky troupe, they're talking about Odette and the prima donna, Vodian. On top of that, Odette's also a rising Fatui star. It's looking likely she'll inherit the title of the Fair Lady. She learned all her combat skills from Rosaline herself. Used to be one of her most You flatter me, Lady Marionette.
If she's Rosaline's protege, that makes me... Never mind. There's no need to bring it up.
How's progress on your end, Lady Marionette? Equally successful. I finished reinforcing all the equipment. Took me a little longer without Polonia's help. Even if the heavy snowfall summoned by that monster lasts for another 3 months straight, this equipment... All right, now that we're done here, it's time to get out of this blizzard. Sure, but Snezhnograd will send someone to investigate. First, Pantalone needs to approve the budget. Then Pulcinella has to sign off on the plan. Once they've argued it out and reached a compromise, we can... That's the rough process anyway. Could take anywhere from a couple of weeks to a couple of months, depending on how... Yup, nothing we can do about it. There's a whole stack of incident reports like this back at the office.
The snow has eased a little for now, but there's no telling when that will change with that monster still at large. Fuel for heating is in short supply, and relief is weeks away. There's no... It just feels like there should be...
Hey, quit daydreaming. Let's get back to Snezh... When did you get a new sword?
I found it in a cave. It handles pretty nicely.
Well, if it isn't Counselor Tartaglia, Mr.
Go easy on me, all right? I'm still recovering from the interrogation Hey, comrade, it's been too long. I heard you came looking for me earlier. Good to see you too, Odette. I'm guessing you guys just got back from Sviatlo Laidovka. How did...
It went fine. How about you? Any new developments?
Not really. Same as ever. Growing opposition to Project Stuzha, and the usual rebuttals are starting to ring hollow. The results of the mock vote were pretty dire. Pulcinella was fuming. I've never seen the old...
That's not good news.
Yeah, obviously if push comes to shove, there are ways to crack down on dissent.
But sorry, I have to ask something. This is going...
Huh? Of course.
It sounds to me like everyone's tearing their hair out trying to figure out how to deal with opposition to But what exactly is this project's purpose? And how can it be so important that even people like you two refuse to stand up?
Interesting.
Hello.
I gotta hand it to
Swayam
you, comrade.
Krishna Nath
Ore!
Legend.
Oh my god, कौन आ गया? Welcome to the stream, Krishna भैया.
वेलकम
और गेम के लेजेंड
हाँ बोल बोल
क्या चालू
कृष्ण
है
भैया
भाई?
वाली चैट भी एपिक थी भाई पर.
सच तो है भाई.
स्नेहनाया आ गया सेजवान
शेजवान
Yes.
चटनी.
सेजवान यार अच्छा हुआ कल ही मैंने प्री डाउनलोड कर लिया था
तू होशियार हो गया रे कृष्णा अभी धीरे धीरे
Are you interrogating us
धीरे
now?
It's okay, Sandrone.
स्टेप बाय स्टेप
Let me
ब्रिक
explain.
ब्रिक बाय
I
ब्रिक.
think I understand. If I could, I'd take your side. In fact,
कहाँ गया
my
वो?
position's very similar to yours. I've only held
007
back
खेल
on
रहा है भाई
casting a
वो.
dissenting vote in the Vecha because the
Dark
Tsaritsa would
light.
never let me get away with it. Still, I have a responsibility to the Fatui armed forces, so I do what I
Child.
can to make their voices heard. Most of them are just regular folks from small towns far from the capital. I'm sure you've seen how much those kinds of places are struggling right now. Oh, and for what it's worth, I'm from Arepasak myself. Things aren't going so swell there either. The Tsaritsa wants to create a better, safer future for the people of Snezhnaya, but she's thinking long term. I don't doubt that from where you're standing, Project Stuzha seems to be creating all sorts of issues for but considering the Tsaritsa's vision for the future, these are sacrifices worth making. Sounds cold, I know. But I promise, maybe Snezhnaya and I can't oppose Project Stuzha outright, but we're constantly raising our concerns in Vecha meetings. And even though we can't put an end to it, there are plenty of other ways to make a difference. We're trying everything we can think of, and so is Pulcinella. I respect Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa, and trust her decisions. But at the end of the day, I'm still just a normal guy who cares deeply about my homeland. There's no way I would ever
As contentious as things can get within the Vecha, there's no selfishness or malice behind it. The issue is that there's no way of pleasing everyone under the present circumstances. Most of the time, we're trying to decide on the lesser of two evils, which obviously isn't. But that is not the same thing as being blindly loyal to the Tsaritsa. No one's got their head in the sand here. We're all well aware of the way things are. We're just doing.
In fairness to Snezhnaya, she rushed to Svietlo Lidovka's aid the moment she heard that people were in. And even Tartaglia, who used to only care about the thrill of the fight, is clearly doing his best to rise to the demands of his new role as counselor.
Hey, come on. There's only so much we can say, so don't press us too hard. Look, I know how untenable the Tsaritsa's position looks if you don't understand her motives. Maybe you've heard already, but she's currently leading her army on a campaign to the east to defeat the monster that's been striking that monster down will be a significant step in dealing with the present, and as laser-focused as she is on realizing her lifelong ambitions, she's still putting time and energy into taking down this powerful. To me, that says a lot. If she thought Snezhnaya and its people didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, why would she waste her time on something like this? Thanks. I meant every word I said, though. I wasn't just trying to placate you. I've already done more than enough.
I still think this adventurer raises a very important point. Our two harbingers have made their positions very clear. But there are many others in the Vecha who must feel trapped and forced to vote against their conscience. I think it's a very valuable quality to be willing to speak one's mind, despite the risk of offending powerful figures.
You can say that again. I highly doubt we'd feel the need to explain ourselves so much if we didn't know you so well.
Forgive me, adventurer, but might I be so bold as to ask about your background? How is it that you can converse so openly with
Oh, haven't you been properly introduced?
Easier said than done. I like to think I'm not the kind of person who goes around busting open.
I've only learned his name so far, and no details of his.
Uh-oh. Is there no avoiding the subject of Rosaline?
No, it's just... All right. This is the world-renowned traveler, who helped resolve the storm terror threat in Mondstadt, cleaned up after the mess I made in Liyue, and then went to... There was a duel before the throne, in which the traveler defeated Rosaline.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't think you two would be seeing much of each other, so I figured it wasn't worth bringing up.
It's fine. It was a long time ago. Sorry. I just remembered that we have a rehearsal coming up. Please...
I've mentioned this to you before, remember? She was Rosaline's most valued subordinate. Not that Rosaline was really the type of person to make friends, but... Death has a way of resolving...
Don't let it weigh on you. Like she said, it was a long time ago. It's in the past. Odette has a very different personality from Rosaline. Give her some time. I'm sure she'll work Oh, by the way, where's Paimon?
She hasn't been feeling well, so she's resting at Padvoria.
डोमेन एक्सपेंशन चल रहा है भाई इधर.
Sorry to hear that. Poor thing. Reminds me of when Tonya was little. She really felt the cold back then. Used to get ill. I felt so bad for her seeing her lying in bed, coughing. She was so mature for... I'm sure Paimon's a good kid too. You're a little short on manpower, right? Let me have a couple of my people take over for yours. I'll send my most capable and
Well, that would be great. Your people are more qualified.
Hey, don't mention it. I'm sure you have things to do. So no more accusing me of not being on your side, all right?
Already? That was quick.
I'm afraid I can't help you there. Our director's recent movements are If you hadn't told me, I never would have known he'd gone south. I assumed he'd been in Glupov this whole time. Well, I guess I'd better go sort out Paimon's security situation. I have some other
माँ
Me
की
too.
चूत भाई क्या
I
कटसीन
have
है.
an incident report to write up. Let's leave it there for now.
खेल भाई तू Act 2 खेल
I
लानो.
guess everyone's in a difficult position.
Interesting.
But Tartaglia's right. I have things to do. To start with, I should ask Alosha if he knows any way to help Svietlo Lidovka.
Act 1 कितना बच रहा है भाई और?
रुक जरा एक कटसीन होने दे फिर बताता.
ठीक है.
How strange. This sword seems to be
Crazy,
vibrating
bro.
of its own accord. It's a very faint vibration, but it's getting strong. Does this sword have some connection to the statue?
संपल के भाई इस सब खत्म ही है ना भाई अभी.
It's definitely out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
Almost खत्म है.
Maybe I should try.
जा भी sword level बढ़ा तेरी. यूज कर ई यूज कर.
There really is something special about this sword.
दबा तो सही.
Crazy.
6 अपग्रेड मिलते हैं भाई अपने को इसी इसमें 6 या 5 नहीं 6 ही मिलते हैं शायद.
I don't really understand what just happened, but I'm pretty sure this sword just got a... I'll have to try the same thing again when I come across another statue of the Seven.
That's right. I'll invite her along to my 4-year
Take a break? Pick up the pace.
Hello there. How can I help? Ah, sure thing. Give me a second. I'll go fetch.
It's a familiar story. I've had similar experiences. Although Snezhnagrad doesn't deliberately delay or withhold relief, it's a fundamental contradiction. If emergency relief can't be delivered in time, what's the point in even calling it emergency relief? Not necessarily. I think there's a good chance that Kresnik Krystal from when we resolve Stratomoros's energy issue, it's like we open the floodgates. A huge backlog of Krystal is now available to the townspeople. There's no way they can use it up. A lot of them will probably stockpile it and slowly work their way through. Probably a good idea, since energy prices are only... Exactly. At the current prices, selling Krystal is an easy way for an ordinary... Hey boss, How much do I have left in my account?
1 second, let me check. So, you're...
Yeah. I don't know if I have enough, so I'll chip in a little extra and buy as much as I can afford. No, it's fine. You're new to Snezhnaya, and you have your own living expenses to worry about. Besides, you're already providing the train.
Here's your Mora. See what you can find at the market. But I doubt there'll be much crystal left.
Yeah, well, can't hurt to take a look. Let's see. Huh?
Oh, Alosha, and... Hello?
I didn't realize you two knew each other. Yeah, I take on some odd jobs in the city to supplement my hunting income. Sometimes I work as a cleaner or prop hand at the theater where Odette is one of the big stars, so I've met her. When the weather's as bad as this, it's better for a hunter to adapt than to keep looking for game.
Yes, and we sometimes need
Wait, why is the atmosphere so awkward? So, what brings you here, Miss Odette?
No. After I got back to the theater, I couldn't stop thinking about the
और
situation,
भाई
so
कृष्णा
I
खान
decided I'd come here and see if there's anything I can do.
क्या चालू है भाई?
पता नहीं वो
You
विंडोज
too, I
अपडेट हो
presume.
गया.
I didn't feel comfortable expressing
पता
my
नहीं
true
कैसे भाई.
opinions in front of the Harbingers. Not least because ordinary Fatui like me, without knowing the full picture, I can't make sense of it.
अरे बहनचो नए लेजेंड्स आ gए हो क्या?
If things aren't making sense to me, I
Nice,
can't just
nice.
keep going along.
So many people feel the same way. They wish they could do something, but all kinds of reservations hold them back. Explains why groups like the Roadcott are springing up to fill the...
Yes. Well, that's one option. But there are risks
और
to
फता
consider with
भाई कृष्णा
organizations
क्या
like
चालू
that.
है?
The Fatui does not encourage their activity.
Right, because things can get out of hand, and it's hard to hold the right people
काम
accountable
कर
when
क्या
they
है
do.
लग रहा है तो आज थक के
I've heard
एकदम.
about a few cases like that.
हाँ वो तो किया ही
Sandrone
काम
said
तो.
Odette was on track to inherit the title of the Fair
मुझे
Lady.
थकावट लग रही है भाई
If
तेरे
so,
आवाज में.
she'll be able to find out what Project Stuja is really. Still, it's probably a little soon to act.
What's on your mind?
नैनो ने देख भाई
think we
पूरा
can both
स्ट्रीम वीम
agree
शुरू
that
कर दिया है,
no
पूरा
matter which side
कैपिटलाइज
you're
करने
on,
लगी है अभी
it
गेंशिन पे.
can't stop you from
रुकना.
doing the right thing. Where there's a will, there's a way. I know what Rosaline did while she was abroad. You made the right decision. So, what's your...
Oh, we were gonna buy some crystal. I heard there's some on the market right now.
Funny. I had the same idea. In that the real issue here is that government relief is behind schedule. Surely it makes more sense for the state to cover these costs than for us to pay out of our own pocket.
True. It's a huge expense after all.
भाई क्रेजी है कुछ तो पाइमॉन की स्टोरी भी.
पाइमॉन की स्टोरी.
Let me see.
पाइमॉन
Take it all, please.
इधर है
अरे
भाई
बस
सीन.
बस बस बस.
फास्ट फूड.
है
नो
इमरजेंसी
मोर
फूड है वो.
फास्ट फूड. अरे भाई
फास्ट
ये
फूड.
गुजराती लोग भाई जिधर जाओ उधर फास्ट फूड ही चाहिए भाई
Specify
इनको.
emergency rescue operation in the description. Otherwise, the normal reimbursement limit will apply. Let's book this train. Regulations say that if we need to transport Kresnik Crystal
क्या
during
क्या?
Project Stuja,
शॉनी क्या पता भाई. शॉनी
सोनी भाई.
खेला ही होगा भाई. शॉनी है वो.
7
that
बजे उठ
should
के
do it.
खेला होगा.
The train will be escorted to
Obviously,
its
bro.
destination by Fatui.
This is my first time seeing you handle
Pretty
Fatui
obvious.
affairs, Miss Odette. It seems you're...
You
यूसी
flatter
खर्च
me.
किया होगा.
It's only
गेंशिन में.
because I've been doing both my
जूसी.
whole life.
अबे वो बहुत ही ज्यादा उड़ाता है क्या भाई?
अब नहीं उड़ाता. पहले उड़ाता
एक
था.
सेकंड.
पबजी में तो बहुत क्रेजी.
हेलो. बस एक्ट 1 खत्म होने वाला है.
लेकिन मेरे पास
भाई क्या क्रेजी कलर ग्रेड किया हूँ मैं, आपको दिखाऊं?
Anyway, I
हाँ,
bet you've
किसका
been
वीडियो?
non-stop today.
ईशान
am I
ग्रोवर
right?
का।
वो
Any
बन
idea
गया
how
वीडियो?
Paimon's doing?
हाँ हाँ बन
ईशान
गया।
ग्रोवर भाई, नाम से तो कोई बड़ा आदमी लग रहा है भाई।
बड़ा आदमी है
हाँ
वो।
भाई, मिलियनर है।
आ गया।
His travel buddy hasn't been feeling well. She caught a cold right after they got to Snezhnaya.
Sounds like she's important to you. I can't believe you've been dealing with this on top of everything you've been doing to help the people of Snezhnaya.
I've got nothing going on right now, so I'll join you.
May I come too? I have some candy that someone gave me back in Svietlolaidovka. Plus,
All right then, let's go. I still don't know what the deal is between these two, but at least the tension seems to have...
किया क्या?
कृष्णा भैया,
रुको रुको।
हाँ।
डेंड्रो
ये ना।
फोटो टेकिंग पॉइंट।
नहीं भाई।
क्या?
अच्छा ये अलग है क्या?
फोटो
पता नहीं, एक
टेकिंग
सेकंड
पॉइंट।
रुको। ईशान ग्रोवर
ये
कहाँ है पहले?
ये देख,
ईशान
ये
ग्रोवर देखता
ईशान
हूँ।
ग्रोवर है
हाँ,
क्या?
ये ईशान ग्रोवर है बराबर।
क्या?
Hello. Sorry.
What happened?
Oh. Please, excuse me. Are you... Ah, it's really you. Sorry for the At the same time, we can't interfere with Podvoye Restaurant's business. I would only see... Besides myself, a few of my colleagues are stationed in and around the restaurant. In plain clothes, of course. Rest assured.
I didn't expect such a high stand.
Well, Master Child handpicked us for this special assignment. Anyway, I won't keep you any longer.
Traveler! Alosha, you're back!
Hi, I'm Odette. The Traveler and I crossed paths a few times.
Another friend from the Fatui, huh? You're practically a member yourself by this. Paimon's definitely on the mend. We should be back to our usual travels in a few days. It's just...
I have just the thing.
Whoa! What's this? Is that...
All keen observations. You're right. Whenever I've caught a cold in the past, I found I recover much more quickly if I place this.
Awesome! Wow, your name was Odette, right?
Looks like she's in pretty good spirits. That's a relief. Any progress with your investigation yet? No surprises there, I'm sure. They're not likely to let anything slip. The Rokad, huh? Members of the Rokad keep their true identities hidden. Leave it with me. Meet me at the Korolyevsky troop.
Would anyone like a drink? I'm gonna head to the bar.
Paimon will have... enough with the secret chat, you two. Let's catch up properly in a minute. Paimon was... It'll be kinda like tabletop troop. No
कितना है भाई एक्ट 1 और?
जो भी
वो
है
सूट
चलेगा।
में।
वैसे तो एडिट बहुत ही बढ़िया हुआ है, मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको।
हाँ, पर वो
उसकी
बोल
जरूरत
के
है।
रखा है ना उन लोग को उधर।
हाँ बात तो सही है, वो बोल दो आप ऐसा हो तो पहले ही। भाई
स्पोर्ट
स्ट्रीम
में
देखो।
हो जाए तो चलेगा।
पता नहीं।
व्हाट द फक ब्रो। अरे पाइमॉन की स्टोरी तो बहुत ही क्रेजी लग रही है भाई कुछ तो।
अरे बस ना भाई।
अरे तू देखते को समझेगा ना
भाई
भाई।
कितना बचा है एक्ट 1
कृष्णा
और
भैया।
ये खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा।
हाँ, देख रहा हूँ।
चालू
ना
करो
तो
चल।
नादान बच्चे
हाँ,
है भाई।
देख ही आओ।
अरे ठीक है, मेरा एक्ट 1 तो खत्म हो पहले।
5 मिनट का वीडियो।
यस भाई।
चीची को अभी निकालना पड़ेगा भाई मेरे को टीम से, ऑडिट लेनी पड़ेगी।
फाइट है।
तो ये है, ये अपना करण ईशान ग्रोवर वाला, ठीक है। अभी मैं बताता हूँ आपको अपना हिरेन पटेल।
बढ़िया है ये तो।
अरे क्रेजी काम चल
किधर है
रहा
किधर है भाई, दिखाओ दिखाओ जरा मेरे को भी।
ये हिरेन पटेल का।
हायर एंड पटेल।
हिरेन पटेल का भाई।
हायर
ये
एंड
देखो
पटेल।
कलर ग्रेड।
अच्छा हुआ
ये
तो।
हायर एंड पटेल ये है क्या भाई?
हाँ हिरेन पटेल। हिरेन पटेल
हायर
भाई, ये
एंड
देखो
पटेल भाई।
ये फ्रेम दिख रही है आपको?
हाँ।
अभी ओरिजिनल फुटेज देखो भाई। ये था ओरिजिनल फुटेज।
डैम भाई, डैम ब्रो।
बढ़िया।
मेरे को भी देखना है, रुको
ये
रुको
तो
रुको।
अपलोड भी हो गई ना पर।
हाँ ये अपलोड हो गई।
दिखा ना भाई।
ये भाई इसका मैंने इंस्पिरेशन लिया था एवेंजर्स डूम्सडे से भाई।
देखो नहीं समझेगा भाई ये सब, नानो तू बच्ची
अबे
है
चल
भाई।
चल।
देखो कलर ग्रेडिंग क्या लवड़ा समझेगा।
आर्कसी वेल डन।
ओरिजिनल फुटेज दिखाइयो।
ये ओरिजिनल है, ठीक है।
ये था, ये था हायर एंड
कलर
पटेल।
ग्रेड किया है वो ये।
ओए माचिस।
ये है कलर ग्रेडेड।
मस्त है भाई, ये तो क्रिएटिव है भाई।
ये जो है
मेरी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी।
अरे अब नहीं पड़ेगी भाई, पता नहीं कैसे सीख लिया भाई मैंने।
अरे वाह
थोड़ा
मतलब।
बोला कि ये वाला जो पार्ट है ना, ये वाला फुटेज थोड़ा सा शार्प है।
It'll have to wait until after the show, though. Happy to stay and watch? I doubt you've seen the Korolyevsky troupe on stage before. Pleasure.
Please present yourself for a routine inspection in accordance with theater regulations.
Is that guy with the fatui?
Okay, all done.
What's up? Everything okay? Snezhnaya's business and political leaders are always passing through here, so it makes sense that's still. It's a little unusual to see the Fatui's Armory Palace guard here. You saw him, right? The guy right at the back. Strong, silent type. His name's Valeri. He's part of the Special Assignments Battalion, but I only ever see him here for one thing. To look for a guy named Mitya. Supposedly a researcher, though he never seems to put much time in at the office. The theater is one of his favorite places to hang out when he's playing hooky from work, but that's not for us to worry about. Let's go. The show's... What do you think? Pretty impressive, huh?
किसमें?
ओडेट का शो देखो भाई।
अरे इन जनरल पूछ रहा हूँ भाई मैं, किसमें क्या विषय होता है भाई?
क्या हुआ?
Here we are, just in time. Sorry, coming through.
If you're gonna show up late, keep your mouth.
What's his problem?
Look, there she is. That's who I'm introducing you to later. She's the lead singer of the troupe, Vodyanitsa. this leads directly to the green room. They're expecting us. Vodyanitsa will be waiting for us there. Hey there.
Can you believe it? I am so mad.
Oh, it's you two.
Huh? You know each other? Oh, wait. Is this who you...
I never said...
Yes, you did. Why are you denying it? It was right before I went on that rant about the...
Might I ask what brings you two here?
Oh, I just brought him here to see the show. And when it finished, he was full of praise for Vodyanitsa, so I thought I'd try my luck. See if we could get the chance to chat for a bit.
You work here. You of all people ought to know that's against the rules. It's not what the green room is there for.
Oh, what's the big deal? Come on, don't be shy. I can give you...
Do as you please. I finished all my shows for the day. I'll leave...
I wasn't making that stuff up, you know. Odette's just too she thinks very highly of you. And so do I.
We're good. Odette's out of earshot. I'll lock the door. Confidentiality, of course. The Rokot is...
Whoa, Alosha! Not out loud! Not with an outsider here.
Relax. I've taken care of it.
The President's reply sent this morning. Wait, so...
You told me last night that you wanted to get intel from the Rokot. Unfortunately, Rokot intel is... But ever since you set foot in Snezhnaya, we've been working together. I've seen the way you work. Everything about you is perfectly in alignment with what we're trying to achieve in the Rokot. I wrote a letter to the President explaining your situation, including just the right amount of detail. His approval... Of course, it's still your decision whether you want to join or not. We'll respect your choice.
Well, assuming Odette was telling the truth and she didn't misjudge you, I guess we don't need... Still, you gave me a real fright. I didn't know that's why you came... So, that stuff you said about admiring my Now you're talking. That's what I like...
Anyway, let me give you a quick rundown of how things work. Like I said, the Rokot is a covert organization, and we hide our identity. Members typically don't meet in person or even know each other's identities. This helps us maintain a high level. Because of this, members are basically free to decide their methods without constraints, so long as the outcome of any activity doesn't violate...
After all, we don't have any ostensible contact with each other. This way...
Beyond the freedom to choose how you operate, it's also your choice whether to act at all. We have plenty of members. In short, joining the Rokot in and of itself won't place any restrictions on your activity. There's a code of conduct you can read if it interests you. But basically, as long as you don't plan on using your anonymity to go around doing evil...
I tried reading it 5 or 6 times. Never made it all the way through. Even the most lackluster...
Great. Then I'll go grab an official application.
Well, Alosha has this pet dog, you see. His name's Tagarin. Tagarin took quite a liking to me, so I played with him for a little bit and fed him some. Then, the Rokot was out on a mission one day, and even though we were all in disguise, Tagarin recognized...
Just a coincidence, really. We didn't report it to the higher-ups, though, to avoid dealing with the fallout. Like... my job at the theater, for instance. By the way, what were you complaining about just before we came in? Did everything go okay with Chuganov?
Everything did not go okay. That's why I was so mad. I tried to make some small talk with him before I went on stage to fish for intel about the Iskra manufacture, but he wouldn't take the bait. No matter what, and then he started complaining. He said he didn't appreciate his second-rate... I mean, what did he expect? Everyone knows that if you want a box seat, you buy a ticket well in advance. But instead, He sends me a letter the day before the show I had to juggle things around just to get him a half-decent seat, hoping he would appreciate the gesture enough to share some information.
Yeah, meeting Chuganov in person has definitely... Oh, you probably don't know who we're talking about, do you? Chuganov was that older guy you were sitting next to today. I'm sure he didn't...
To the citizenry, he's a family man and a kind but our interactions with him tell a very different story. It's one thing to ask for a favor, but he acts like it's his right. He always expects take-the-ticket situation, for instance. I've actually gotten him a private box in the past. Not to mention that he's never paid for a single one of his tickets. And another thing, if he's such a big family man, why doesn't he bring his wife and daughter to see the show once in a while?
Calm down, Vodyanitsa. If you won't do it the easy way, we'll have to try the hard way. But first things first. Here's your application form. Go ahead and fill it out.
Looks like I'll need to make a few little tweaks here and there. But other than that, you're good to go. We'll hold on to this for you. Alright. Now that we're officially Rokart comrades, I can tell you. Chuganov is the target of our current operation. Recently, we've done some recon work at the Iskra manufacturing plant, which pretty much confirmed that their energy consumption is way beyond the legal limit. All we need now is some direct evidence to present to the Vetcha, so we can demand that they shut the plant down.
क्या आप
Yes.
जरा भाई
बोलना भाई।
एक्ट 1 कितना है और बताइयो।
अरे सब अभी खत्म होगा ना भाई, तू क्या है भाई, कब से पूछ ही रही है
मुझे
भाई।
याद है मैं 400 में एडिट करता था एक टाइम पे मैं।
बढ़िया।
तुझे वो बड़वे ने पैसे दिए क्या नहीं बे, जिसका
That way, the Kresnik Crystal can be allocated to where it's needed most.
I was hoping he might let slip during one of our chats, but he's too tight-lipped. We'll have to... I'm meeting another regular theater goer tonight. Mitya.
But Valeri's here too, and he's probably looking for Mitya, so he may end up being a no-show.
Don't you worry. He must know how to dodge Valeri, or he wouldn't be sure. Mitya is a renowned energy expert. Although we can't get any direct evidence of the excessive energy consumption at the plant, the authorities should take someone like him seriously. So if he starts raising questions about energy use at the Iskra manufacturing plant... Also, we're not allowed on site, but he has clearance. So all we... yeah, so that's the other thing we're trying to figure out. Still, I hear that Mitya is a bit of a chatterbox. So,
What do you think? Sound like something worth your time?
Okay, in that case, you guys find a seat somewhere nearby. Pretend you're a couple of buddies there to eat, and keep your ears. He's a huge fan, so I doubt he'll have his guard up around me. But you two need to be convincing. If he suspects anything at all...
Sure. Don't worry. We'll make a believable pair of buddies.
Perfect! You've sold me all...
Okay.
everything!
come here often, so we shouldn't stand out. Now, it's up to Vodyanitsa. Let's...
Mr. Mitya, over here.
Oh, sorry. I got a little held up on my way here. Now we have even less time than we planned. Go ahead and order some snacks and drinks. Whatever you like. Let me see. According to my...
You're really pressed for time today, huh? I was imagining this would be a leisurely chat. If you'd prefer...
No need. Getting to meet the lead singer is a very... I've already had to decline your invitation several times because our schedules rarely align. If I don't grab this chance while it's here, who knows when...
Well, it's very kind of you to make time just for me.
I'm not too sure, to be honest. But Snezhnaya is full of weird and wonderful things like that, so people tend not to bat an eye. I'm sure the same will go for the eye.
The reason I invited you out for tea and a chat today was to get some feedback from a true...
Well, I genuinely have nothing bad to say. No matter how many times I hear you sing, maybe it's because the more times I listen, the more details I notice. Or maybe you simply...
Thank you! I'm delighted to hear that!
Oh, yeah. That, the piece you sang today, for example. Beneath... Hey, what's with you? I'm just praising a good I always used to find that such a bleak and lonely song. But the more you listen, the more you realize that...
Wow, I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to pick up on that. Still, beneath the frozen river...
Oh, really? But it's a...
Almost every time.
Oh. Well then, let me say...
I didn't sing that one today either. My voice wasn't quite up to it, so
Oh.
Sorry, Mr. Mitya, but you were at the theater today, yes?
Of course I was. Remember? I said hello to all the troupe members before the show started.
So, what did Odette sing today?
Elegy of the Snow-Winged Goose, of course.
Correct. You find my singing boring, don't you? That's why you don't remember a single song.
No, that's... All right, I'll be straight with you. I'm sorry. I enjoy watching your shows because the exquisite performances stimulate the mind. It always... So, whenever I get stuck at work, I come to the theater for a change of... Odette's dance during the Elegy of the Snow-Winged Goose today was simply incredible. That look of sheer defiance in the face of utter tragedy. Not that I made a ton of progress in the grand scheme of things, but I still think it was productive.
So what you're saying is, you
Unfortunately not. I'm sorry. I don't know which is more... Seems like things are getting a little awkward.
Mitya just stepped into a conversational minefield. If there's one thing Vodyanitsa doesn't like, it's people who show... this meeting was so hard to set up.
It's fine. I suppose this is... affirming. Don't let it bother you.
She's showing a lot of restraint.
Well, I'll be sure to let Odette know how much you would do.
Please don't say that. I always love your performances too. It's just that...
I know. I can tell. That's why I value... I'm sure some people can't stand it when others praise their coworkers right to their face.
Fair enough. I still feel kind of bad.
But you know what I really can't stand? People who only show up...
Oh, yeah, 100%. There are... what?
I don't know if you've heard about the boss of the Iskra manufacturing plant. He isn't even a theater investor. But he always box tickets only, premium drinks, even the right...
Legend भाई, welcome to the stream. Oh, क्या हो गया?
Well played, Vodyanitsa. Seems like she's harnessing her rage to steer the conversation
So
back
cute,
on track.
Now that you mention it, I've interacted with that guy before. I gotta say, everyone holds him up as an example of a benevolent businessman, but...
Yeah, he couldn't care less about what's happening on stage. He's just there to flaunt his social status. I hate that I have to prepare programs for guys like that. What's the big deal with that factory he runs anyway? I asked around a bit and heard some pretty shocking
Oh, really?
Yep, the things people are saying are pretty damning.
बढ़िया हाल है यार, आप
The
बताओ.
wages, insanely long working hours,
मैं तो गायब होती
equipment
रहती
running
हूँ.
around the clock. And as if that's not bad enough, he also strictly forbids his employees from giving any kind of Project Stuja has now been extended so many times. We're at the point where crystal rations for the common folk are barely enough to survive on. If the rumors are true, he's in serious...
Interesting.
So
What? So it's
who knows? I've only heard the same rumors you have. The Rooster's been coming down on us hard lately, demanding that we track and trace every single batch of Crystal. My coworkers in the Department of Energy have been tearing their hair out over
the Rooster? I didn't realize.
Yeah. Even though there are no restrictions on Crystal trading, the poor will wind up freezing to death if we let the rich buy as much as they want. Looks like we'll need to arrange an investigation into the Iskra manufacturing plant. I never knew you kept up with current affairs beyond the theater, Miss Vodyanica. Most Fae in your position have long been indifferent to the plight of humans.
Well, those of us who choose to live in human cities are naturally going to pay attention to any significant upheaval.
Red
Isn't
Velvet
the
ठीक है
Rooster
भाई.
a Fae himself? I'm just surprised to learn that even someone with as much experience as him is getting so stressed out over Project Stuzha. What is the end goal of this project anyway?
This is it. We're finally going there.
I'm sure Mitya can sense on some level that she's fishing for information. But since their conversation is so relaxed, he might just let...
It's stressing me out too. If I'd only made better progress with...
Oh, so your work is...
That's right. The Armory Palace needs a brand new energy source. Not the power of the Light Realm, and not elemental energy. Right now, the only thing that meets the requirements is the power contained within stellar linchpins. But harnessing that power is costly. Each step of the process requires enormous amounts of Kresnik crystal. From extraction to quantification to attempts at progress has been painfully slow, and the team is getting burned out as time goes by. Sometimes I see people staring into space as if in a trance.
Could it be that this new energy source has side effects?
No, it doesn't affect us, because the energy is used for... Okay, I got it. Stop choking me. I think we're all just exhausted. We've been working ourselves to the bone for so long with so little progress to show for it. It's no wonder people are
Seems like I owe you an apology.
Don't worry about it. I count myself lucky, to be honest. I don't envy the people who work closely with the Tsaritsa herself. I'd much rather be in my current position. At least I don't have to shoulder any major
So they're trying to develop a completely new kind of energy. Yeah, censored by a scarf. Who would have thought?
Oh, dear. It looks like my time is up. I'm so sorry. We ended up barely...
That's okay. It was a pleasure.
Let's make up for it next time. Yeah, hopefully once the work pressure eases up a little, I'll be able to focus more on the performance, and then we'll have... We touched on some confidential issues today. I'd be grateful if you could keep it between us.
That could have gone work.
Nice job. Why was Mitya in such a hurry to...
Sorry, routine inspection. Okay, let's go.
So he wasn't rushing to get back to work. He must have calculated that Valeri would find him here in a...
One of the main duties of the Special Assignments Battalion is to ensure that important figures stick to their schedules.
All right, time for us to get going too. Excuse me.
We'll settle our check too, then.
Oh, hello there. Mr. Mitya paid the check before leaving. He also asked me to pass on a message. He said it was an honor to share his tea break with Miss Vodyanitsa and her two friends.
Wait.
So he knew we were here all along? This race, maybe his work isn't confidential after all. Maybe the key here is the purpose of this new energy. Vodyanitsa and Alosha have...
You're back! Here pretty early today. Paimon was just gonna mention that. After she woke up today. There's some good news. Paimon, it's like there's some kind of mysterious She only started feeling this way since we arrived in...
That's right. The Armory Palace needs a brand new energy source.
Could that have something to do...
What is it? You're making that face again. You know, the one you give... So, they're trying to develop it... Well, Mitya denied that the energy they're researching has any side effects. Although, he did say that people working on the project have been having issues with... But even so, those are completely different symptoms from Paimon's. It's pretty faint, so it's kind of hard to tell. Sure, Paimon's with you there. But how, though? The robot only has a limited amount of intel. Oh, great point! They argue about Project Snezhnaya every day. If we could sit in on one of their sessions... Good idea! Oh yeah, while you were out, Paimon tried all the yummiest looking dessert. This one seemed right up your alley. So, Paimon saved some for you. Come try it once you finish writing your letter.
कितना बड़ा है भाई यार
Alosha replied. He says that we won't be able to speak at the Vetcha, but he can arrange for us to attend as visitors. Time to get ready. Then head to the...
Miss Vodyanitsa, prima donna of the Korolievsky troupe. What a surprise meeting!
Sorry, I'm not taking interview. Oh good, you're here. The session's about to be...
Please wait, Miss Vodyanitsa. Could you...
क्या हो गया मम्मी एक सेकंड हेलो गाइस
हेलो
अरे भाई खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा है इतना बड़ा क्वेस्ट क्यों है मतलब स्टोरी क्यों है
मैं तो चैप्टर 3 पर हूँ
हैं
मेरी जेम्स बॉन्ड खत्म हो गई और आप बोल रहे हो गेम खत्म नहीं हो रही
अरे ठीक है भाई
जेम्स बॉन्ड माय नेम इज बॉन्ड जेम्स बॉन्ड
ठीक है
एंड द नेम इज जेम्स बॉन्ड
अरे ठीक है समझ गए
एंड द नेम इज
अरे
In
बस
summary, the energy
And
management commitments made for the
ये चिराए
outgoing
भाई कहाँ
period
चल
have
रहा है?
been delivered
भूल
upon.
जाता रहता है।
Furthermore, both the production
जाने क्यों
and
मैं
चैप्टर 3
consumption of
एक्ट 2
Kresnik
पर हूँ मैं तो
crystal show clear
एक सेकंड एक्सटेंड
signs of
किया।
stabilizing.
सुमेरु की स्टोरी
चैप्टर
पे हूँ मैं तो।
अरे तो सुमेरु क्यों कर रहे हो आप? शेजनाया करो ना भाई।
क्यों? पर स्टोरी लाइन नहीं है क्या कंटिन्यू कुछ?
मतलब है पर मतलब ठीक है। फिर तो भाई आपको साल जमाना तो सब लग जाएगा। सुमेरु है,
मैं
उसके
बोल
बाद
रहा हूँ
नाटलान है, उसके बाद नॉर्डक्राई है।
वाओ
चलेगा
अरे
तो
कर सकता है, बोल बोल क्या सीन, क्या क्या।
कर दूंगा और क्या।
अरे भाई मैंने खुद ने नाटलान नहीं करा है भाई, स्टोरी नाटलान की।
कितनी उम्मीद से बोल रहे हो कर दूंगा और
नॉर्ड
क्या।
क्राई करा है मैंने मर मर के। फिर आई वाज लाइक शेजनाया आ रहा है तो अब शेजनाया ही है भाई, जो भी है। द ओनली थिंग विच कैन रिवाइव मी। जनवरी 27 को, अब 27 के जनवरी खरीद आ रही है भाई।
अरे भेंडी 42 मिनट का फुटेज
The
आउटलाइन वालों का।
relevant agencies have
हाँ
assessed the present circumstances
क्या कर रहे
and
थे?
determined that the status quo can be sustained until the next period. For detailed statistics, I would refer you to the industry reports that have been distributed to all persons. It should also be noted that while the recent blizzards have led to a significant increase in people's energy expenses, this is strictly a short-term phenomenon associated with a remotely located Her Majesty the Tsaritsa is giving her full attention to this matter. We should have every confidence that it will be dealt with swiftly. A financial report on disaster relief is also present in this report, courtesy of Pantalone.
They cover the same old ground every single time. The rooster never seems... There's a general lack of trust. People aren't seeing any tangible benefits that affect them directly. Of course...
Yeah, if it weren't for these hard copy documents, I could have at least made something up. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just out here trying to hit my interview quotas. Bring out the kvass. Ever read it? Best...
If I remember correctly, you guys don't even have a sales permit. You have to sell from stalls on the street.
Okay then. Best-selling street stall newspaper in town.
Order! We will now open the floor to the representatives. If there are no further substantive issues...
Snezhnaya has a long tradition of treating members of the Fatui armed forces and their dependents favorably. But recent surveys shows that Fatui families in remote areas have access to 15% less crystal than the average civilian family. It's been said many times before, but it bears repeating now. There needs to be a clear and consistent rationale behind how crystal is allocated, or we will soon face immense public...
Perhaps you wouldn't need to keep repeating yourself if you would hear me out for once. I say again, true consistency exists only in principle. In the real world, fairness is relative. You appear to treat resource allocation as a simple function of production and population. So what about when the equipment used in production breaks down? Have you factored that into your equation? And do you even know how long it's been since Snezhnaya last conducted a census?
If I knew the answers to questions like that, I'm sure I'd be a very wealthy man. And I doubt I'd be going by child. I'd like to bring the focus back to the specific issue I raised. Or do you wish to deny that favorable treatment for Fatui dependents is our long-standing policy?
It's easy to be a critic when there's no accountability. Defeat the ringleader and all other problems will magically resolve themselves. That's what they seem to But in case you aren't aware, not one jot in my report would change whether Project Stuzha continues or not.
So you have no intention whatsoever of finding a solution?
On the contrary, I'm the only one here who ever brings solutions.
Child opened by speaking up for the armed forces. Regraders struck back with style and a war of words ensued. Our reporter was live on the scene to get the audience's reaction as it all unfolded. Who do you support? The people have spoken! Child received raucous applause from the crowd as he pushed Regrator onto his back foot with a relentless barrage.
Now you see why they don't have a sales permit.
However this reporter wants to spin things, I haven't forgotten that Tartaglia was representing, so surely their relationship can't always have been this.
You two are getting off topic. Let's focus on what—
Mr. Pantalone, may I speak on your behalf?
Oh, please do. I'm more than happy to save my breath.
Crystal distribution policy undergoes modifications with each new period. The ultimate goal being to find the most reasonable method of allocation, which I believe, but I fear many may have been misled on this topic by extremist activists. To clarify, Project Stuja is not the root cause of the problem. It is merely the most recent reports all point to Snezhnaya's resilience and adaptability during this period of fine-tuning, and give clear indications that a distribution framework is improving with each iteration. To make drastic adjustments without first considering the risks would likely do more harm than good. It would be a waste of the hard-won experience we've gained to date.
Renowned scholar of finance, Arapov spoke up to clarify the fiscal logic, clearly alluding to social organizations like with the notorious lmaoelek still active to this day. Should the Rokot be held responsible? No. There is someone—
She's just rephrasing what Mr. Pantalone said. The Rokot are the critics he— As for lmaoelek, you won't have heard of him yet. He's currently the most famous member of the Rokot. Well, ending Project Stuja has become an obsession for him. Unlike the more decent ones among us, he believes that votes in the Vetcha are up. So whether it's threats, coercion, or bribery, he'll use whatever means necessary to get people to change their vote.
And since we're already on the subject, what do you think of lmaoelek's methods? Are you— Despite a handful of detractors among the audience, the people overwhelmingly support lmaoelek.
At least someone here wants to take this discussion seriously. I've been considering that issue myself. I think it would be easiest to let the Fatui handle it, since they're already in charge of Crystal shipments anyway. Whatever you need, you can ask the Fatui to look into it for you. In terms of supervision, I think the Druzhna would be a good fit. I had hoped to discuss this with Miss Vesna.
I will be happy to take a note of your suggestions and present them to Commander Vesna. The Commander has always taken a keen interest in Project Stuja. However, given the Druzhna's demanding work—
Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions until a concrete and—
My apologies, Lord Rooster.
There are numerous issues to address here, including manpower. Nevertheless, I support drafting a proposal. Follow the usual procedure, and it can be raised as a new motion for all parties to evaluate at the appropriate time.
In that case, I'd like to share one thought before the proposal is drafted. The issue of time sensitivity was raised just now, which I presume relates to the official report. In fact, the Energy Commission already collects regular statistics on each urban center and its surrounding area. Would these be of any use?
That's a good idea. I read every issue of Svietloslaidovka's report, and although my focus is mostly on the section about equipment operation, the energy consumption statistics also yield a lot.
Be that as it may, does no one see an issue with using local data to determine—
Not if they are used purely for reference. So long as we have the report from the Northland Bank's headquarters to corroborate it, no one—
Very well then. It appears that this arrangement is—
Yeah, sounds good to me.
The members reached a provisional consensus on the issue of improving treatment for Fatui. Today, the prima donna of the Korailievsky troupe attended a session of the Snezhnaya Vetcha in the company of a dashing young man. The question on all our minds—
Write anything like that again, and I'm revoking your permission to interview the troupe.
Now then, if there are no further contributions from—
Hey, check it out! What made him vote against?
The votes have been tallied. Those in favor of continuing Project Stuja total 61%.
That was too close. The margin has shrunk yet again.
I'll bet lmaoelek is behind this. I wonder how Pulcinella will respond this time.
Chuganov.
Yes. Go, Lelek. Once Project Stuzha is defeated, our unwavering support at Bring Out the Kvass will finally pay off when we make our
In accordance with the result of this vote, Project Stuzha will remain. We debate only for the greater glory and solidarity of our nation. The session.
I have to say, I really wasn't expecting Chukhanov to vote. Well, in principle, Snezhnaya's business and as we heard, Project Stuzha is basically just a resource distribution framework that requires everyone to cut back during the winter. But even if the policy got cancelled, the Tsaritsa's energy needs wouldn't suddenly go down. I got a letter from Mr. Mitya just before today's session. He said he's confirmed that there are issues around overtime and excessive energy consumption. In a situation like this, once the Rooster receives the report, he'll order the factory to halt production and submit to an investigation before issuing it. But that's a week-long process, and thus didn't make it onto the Vetcha agenda this time. I don't think he suspects anything so far. Exactly. And as you know, I was originally gonna try and flip him after he received notice of the official sanctions. My plan was to convince him that the whole thing was completely unfit. Rather than just sit back and take the hit while his factory stopped production, he'd be better off voting to end Project Stuzha. At least that way, but now, he's already voted against it. Which means, someone must have used more forceful means to change his vote. Yeah. No one knows why Lelek is so obsessed with ending Project Stuzha. But by the looks of it, he's inching closer and closer to
Lelek must have strong motivations, given how he'll stop at maybe my next step should be—
Oh, right. What are your plans for the
Hey, comrade. I noticed you were here during the debate.
I didn't take you for a political—
Greetings, Harbingers. I just happened to have some free time today, and my new—
Ah, Odette must have introduced you. Looks like
I'll leave you to catch up. I should head back to the troop.
Sure. Break a leg, and all. Thought it might be fun to check out the Vetcha, did you? Things are never that simple with you, Traveler. There's no way you're here for kicks and giggles. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah. To some, he's a captivating enigma. No one ever thought that some anonymous nobody from the Rokot could cause such a stir. Huh? You want to look into Lelek? Then I'm sure his day—
Fine by me, I guess. If the Traveler— In return, it seems fair to let him in on what we've learned so—
My thoughts exactly. Sharing is caring. Head back to Glupov and grab the files on Lelek. It's easier to just pull the records than go through the rigmarole of—
As you command, child.
In that case, since we're going to be waiting anyway—
One common thread among the many incidents Lelek has been involved in is that the victims are all too scared to share any real information about him. His modus operandi is to silently infiltrate the scene and leave a threatening letter behind. But neither the letters nor the crime scenes ever yield any clues to his identity, so all these files have to offer are short statements by the people affected. They don't give us a lot to go on.
If nothing else, it shows we're dealing with a trained professional who's versed in counter-surveillance.
Yes, and to that point, he often strikes in highly secure locations. The victims are high-ranking and influential people who take their personal security very seriously. Somehow, Lelek slips right into their rooms without making a sound. There's never any eyewitnesses, nor the slightest— If he can get in and out undetected, it means he can strike without warning. Not that that's ever happened so far, but the thought is enough to scare these people sleepless. It's hard to believe that a human being could pull this off flawlessly every time, so they switched the focus of the investigation to Faye. Unfortunately, careful, don't underestimate me. Although truth be told, I'd probably—
We haven't ruled out the possibility of Lelek being human. It's just— there can only be a handful of people in all of Teyvat who'd fit the profile. Faye, on the—
No, not as strong as me. You'll never find the culprit with criteria like that. Let's go with a little weaker than me. There's no denying that Master is strong, but meticulous
He's just trying to find a reference point. Stop getting fixated on who's stronger than who.
But that's the most important thing. In my opinion,
Odette. Yeah, that seems about...
Except she's Fatui, so the likelihood of her working against us is pretty low. But yeah, much...
No, wait a moment. Maybe we should
What do you mean?
Her Fatui identity doesn't necessarily exonerate her. And when you think about it...
Plus, she wouldn't need to be such a pro at covering her tracks. She'd already know where the Fatui will be and when. So she... Oh, yikes. I was just thinking out loud. Why is this still? What reason could Odette possibly have for trying to call off...
Arlecchino would be the best person to ask. She knows Odette best. Rosaline used to open up to her in private about her struggles with... As I'm sure you can imagine, Arlecchino is quite a lot. She gave her some tips on how to handle the situation, and Rosaline managed to reach a settlement with Odette before leaving. So I suppose there were at least no lifelong regrets. Beyond that, I don't know the details about that side of things. But I do know that Odette definitely has a motive to hold a grudge against. The reason being, her father passed away during the early stages. That was back before it had been named Project Stuzha, when things were still being worked out. But in essence, it's remained the same.
The more you know. Rosaline was always so self-centered. I never understood why she started paying so much attention to Odette. Is that such a surprise? If you cast your mind back, you may remember that Rosaline and I weren't exactly close. We had
Odette's past is no secret. Her father was a Fatus and her mother was a very famous ballerina. On the surface, it looks like she followed right in her parents' footsteps. After her father passed away on a mission, her mother was overcome with grief. She broke her leg during a Odette was only interested in ballet at the time, but this tragedy left the family with both breadwinners gone. They could barely... Per Capitano's policy, family members of Fatui who died in the line of duty had to be appropriately accommodated and So, regardless of how Rosaline may have felt about it, it fell to her to resolve the issue of Odette's family's livelihood. In the end, the solution...
Right, because the alternative would have been a one-off compensation payment, I guess? Still, she must have had mixed feelings about it, right?
It's just a theory. A possibility. But as a motive... That said, I have no idea where Odette's head is at right now, or what her conflict with... Plenty of people were on bad terms with Rosaline. I have no intention of trying to figure it all out. Yes, but there's not much point in discussing that.
Yeah, back to Lelek. Since our investigations so far have turned up next to nothing, funnily enough, Tonya and I had actually made plans to go to the theater tomorrow to watch Odette's rehearsal. Unfortunately, which means you can go in my place. No point wasting the ticket.
Spirit Seeker. Quite the classic ballet. It was passed down through Odette's mother's family for generations. Though it but Odette's been practicing it diligently, and it's finally ready for a return to the stage.
Tonya's excited for it too. She's desperate to see it no matter what. Personally, it's not really my kind of thing, but since she's my little...
I've actually seen it several times before. It's a tale of love and regret. So not exactly but when that classic melody kicks in, and the lead character begins... Not an easy dance to do justice to, though. I know it's always been Odette's dream to perform this...
In that case, I think that even if she is Lelek, we should wait until her performance is over. I'll let you take it from here, comrade.
हेलो गाइस, क्या चल रहा है?
बस बढ़िया।
बढ़िया। कृष्णा भैया कहाँ से चालू कर रहे हो? सुमेरु?
हाँ, और क्या, अभी तो देखता हूँ।
Sounds like you made a ton of progress today. Next step is to head back to
iPad
the
आ गया
theater
वैसे
and get a clear answer
बढ़िया।
from Odette. Either way,
हाँ,
Paimon doesn't get the sense
मजा आ
that
रहा है
she's
कि
a
नहीं?
bad person.
अच्छा तो आ रहा है
She
स्टोरेज
meant
का
that
थोड़ा इशू लग रहा
maybe
है
this is
मुझे
going too
ईसु
far, but like, with
क्या
everything
करोगे
she's
इतने
managed to
स्टोरेज
do
से?
so far, why leave a
64
letter
GB
when
है
she could,
खाली
हाँ तो क्या हुआ भाई?
well, we know there are plenty of other ways to keep people in
आईफोन
line,
में
right? The point is, so,
इसमें
if it is her, she's got some principles
बहुत जगह कार है
yeah, well, all you can do with no change, really. But that thing Paimon told you about yesterday?
तो
Hearing you talk about your day makes Paimon itch for an adventure.
तो
Yeah, I wish you could be there too. I'm not used to adventure.
Guess it's just one of those things.
If Odette
ब्लैक
is
में तो
Lelek,
वुकोंग
she
भाई
may
ब्लैक में
well
तो
have
वुकोंग
inside
2,500
information on
मिल रही है।
projects. Her father was involved with the project's early implementation.
अरे
And
हाँ नहीं आप
tragic,
तो
it's
चलती
hard
ही
to
नहीं है।
imagine she could have gotten this far without knowing anything at all about the Tsarit when she spoke to us as a member of the
कोई बात नहीं
Fatui.
भाई सब ठीक हो
How much?
जाएगा।
Only time will tell.
Hey, look! It's snowing! Could be a tough day ahead. Make
ओह
चलो भाई एक्ट 1 खत्म।
फाइनली
बाय। कृष्णा भैया फिर ओडेट पुल कर रहे हो या नहीं? ओडेट पुल कर रहे हो या नहीं?
नहीं
कम ऑन
12 सोया हुई मेरे में तो खाली
कर दो भाई। सैंड्रो ने करे हो पुल आपने?
वो पता नहीं मुझे
ये भाई
कौन है
बढ़िया भाई।
नहीं हूँ मैं चैंपियन प्लेयर
कोई बात नहीं।
बाप
पाल वर्ल्ड
बाप
पाल वर्ल्ड बढ़िया। इट्स
अरे
टाइम
कोई भी
फॉर अ
गाना
ब्रेक।
उठा लेना जो थोड़ा फास्ट लगे